Thank you. Okay, welcome to this special session of the Board of Directors meeting. We are meeting tonight for the agenda as posted, and we're just going to start with a roll call. So I don't know if we have the roll call. We do. All right, we'll go in order. I'm Christine Chu.
Francine Waste.
Erica Malif.
Seema Serafan.
Ivan Duran.
And Carolyn Watson is in the process of joining us. We just have a technology issue being ironed out, so she should be here any moment. All right, so now we'll go ahead with the pledge. Jen, do you want to lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, that's going to take us right to diving in, and we're going to spend some time tonight mostly on contingency planning for next year, but we will go ahead and start with our traditional updates for any COVID-related updates that are important to get before next week's meeting.
Do we need the agenda first? I don't know if that happens here.
Oh, you know, it's not on the list, but Erica, you're probably right. Is everyone comfortable with the agenda? Is there anything that we need to add, subtract, or discuss? Great point. Okay, Erica, thanks. So agenda approved as written. We will spend a short amount of time, hopefully limited to 20 minutes, on getting COVID updates, and then we need to pass a resolution to end the waiver that the district needs to submit for the COVID time. There is no new information in here. This is based on all the plans that have been presented to us in the past. It's just the formality of executing this. And then we have one WASDA resolution that came up. So those two together should be super short. We'll start with COVID updates. And Dr. Duran, do you want to walk us through?
Yeah, we have a little issue here, so hold, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Actually, I need to, Eva, can you go ahead and start this process from starting, guys? I have a little problem here, so I need to deal with it real quick.
Sure, that's fine. So for this part of the meeting, each board meeting, we're providing you with updates related to our fourth quarter plan. And this presentation will be very brief and just highlight the status of only a few of our goals. So tonight, if you can go to the next slide. Tonight, you'll hear an update about technology access, grades, and participation in athletics and activities. And then just to give you a preview of upcoming attractions, you can see to the right of the screen that we have some additional updates for you coming next time. Next slide, please. Jason.
Yep. So the first slide here is the goal for the response time to technology tickets and support calls into the help desk. The very first one you see is the average time to first response. That's basically once we receive a ticket, the amount of time it takes us to assign it to a technician. And this is all within our business hours. The second one is the one that we've set the goal to, and that's the resolution of an issue. So our goal was to solve all issues that come in within one business day. And so I went back to April 27th. And so for the week of April 27th, we had 1 day and 18 hours for resolving parent support request. And then for students, it was 2 days and 5 hours. As time has progressed and we've continued to work on the process, we've gotten it down to where our average for last week was 9 hours and 12 minutes for the parents and 16 hours and 38 minutes for our students. The ticket counts, you can see off to the side, the number that's been requested each week for parents and students, and which has been resolved in the second one. Student request is our numbers, is the second highest amount of requests that we get into the help desk, and parent is the fourth highest within there. The other two are the staff requests that we do work on. Next slide, Mike. The second goal was meeting the needs of all of our students that requested laptops and hotspots, and trying to meet that need within one business day. For laptops, we have exceeded the amount requested. A lot of those have been walk-in requests that just come straight into Sammamish High School. So we've each time there's a request, the email goes out, or they're get handed one right at Sammamish, so that there's never a delay in students getting laptop requests. And we still get requests, probably about 2 a day right now, from students needing laptops. For hotspots, in the beginning, we received 754 requests for hotspots. There was no qualifying question there whether they truly needed a hotspot or they were just making a request. It could have been multiples for families. To this date, we have actually issued 483 hotspots, and we still have 164 that are waiting pickup. And we've tried to contact those families multiple times up to this point. The average fulfillment on the devices is 97%, and that's because anytime we have to do a delivery, it'll usually take us a day or two before we can actually get that delivery scheduled, get someone assigned to be able to take it out. So it truly takes the number down to about 97% meeting that one business day of delivering devices out.
All right, next slide. Thanks, Mike. All right, so now we're going to share with you just some updates on our not progressing or incomplete data that we have. I'm going to start with elementary. So here you can see for the 19 elementary schools, the total data. We have 64 students. We took this data about a week and a half ago. We have 64 students of about the 9,000 students that we have in elementary who are so far not progressing. And so those are our focus kids, the kids that we're working to connect with, build plans for. That's about 0.71% of the kids who are not progressing, which means we're over 99% of our kids who are progressing. But 100% of those 64 kids have plans that principals and teachers have developed with the families. And then just to show you a comparison, looking at the 4 Title I schools, we have 22, so 22 of the 64 are from our 4 title schools, out of about 1,800 kids total in our Title I schools at elementary. About 1.1% of those students are not progressing, which means almost 99% of our Title I kids at the Title I schools are progressing. All of those 22 have plans developed and communicated with families. Next is middle school.
Thank you, Kelly. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you see in front of you is the data for ELA and math. And so this shows you the number of students who received an NP in language arts or math. And it also shows I's because, as you all know, Algebra 1 is a credit-bearing course. So in that particular course, it's an I, not an NP. The first data poll was on May the 13th when teachers were expected to report students who they anticipate would not be proficient at the end of the year or an I. And so you can see for each course there the number. And then I pulled the data for today, and so it's a little bit less in the next column. With one exception, there are fewer kids today in the NP or I than there were at the data poll on May the 13th. And the next column is the enrollment, which gives you the percentage in the final column on the right-hand side. So 97% of our students in 6th grade LA are progressing, 98% in math and IMT1, 99% for ELA 7, 96% for IMT2, the 7th grade math course, 91% in ELA, and 94% Algebra 1 at the 8th grade level. All of these students have plans that have been developed by their teachers, and for IMT 1, Language Arts 6, and Algebra 1 are focus courses, in addition the students also have ALEC support for math, an individualized adaptive math program. And each of the kids in 6th grade ELA, IMT1, and Algebra 1 have a case manager assigned who checks in with the families and the students at least weekly, as well as the teachers. And we're tracking progress and reporting it back, tracking progress and monitoring it on a weekly basis.
Next slide. Wanted to give you a little context to the credit-bearing courses. Credit-bearing courses receive an I grade if their progress is not yet at the level. And we did a voice over PowerPoint jointly, BEA and BSD, on grading on or around 429. Some of the key components are do no harm and it being a very rare circumstance. The I reports came out on 5/8 and more followed, and it was clear that the communication needed to be reinforced about what the original intent was related to the grading and the joint language. So another joint PowerPoint was done, clarifying what was meant by rare and what was meant by do no harm and other components. That was on around 522. I thought it would be interesting for you to see over time the I grades. It was on Tuesday of this week that they received the directions on how to actually change the I grade formally. Some figured it out. And so we're seeing every day those I grades going down dramatically. We're tracking 10th grade and 12th grade. 10th is our cohort group that we have, and 12th grade, obviously our seniors, a very high priority. And we anticipate this to be significantly lower as we continue. We now are aligning our support staff as we disaggregate this data by course, by teacher, contacting the teacher, which students in your class in particular need this level of support. And so we're adjusting and being flexible and responsive based on the needs of individual students. We're tracking it nearly every day and disaggregating it in lots of different ways to include subgroups. And one thing would be important to note, whereas there are 2,785 I grades, there are some students that have multiple I grades, so the number of actual students impacted is slightly less. Next slide. We're also giving you an update on the recent Q4 goals related to athletics and activities. First of which was 80% of the 9th through 12th grade athletes connecting with their spring coach on a weekly basis. You can see the data here by the sport, by school, by total numbers, and by percent. And I would like to point out that the data has been reported inconsistently, despite given templates and everything, by particular coaches, because they're like, well, they were on last week, but they're not on this week. And we're finding that tracking it every week by coaches, many of whom are not employees of the district, has been incredibly challenging. So the data is inconsistent in how they're collecting it and the frequency with which we're receiving the data. But you can see coaches are connecting with their athletes in lots of different ways. Next slide. Another goal area, 80% of 9th through 12th grade athletes participating in one or more of the open gyms. This has been particularly interesting as there were so many staff really eager to participate in facilitating the open gyms. They're like, I'll do yoga, I can do this, I'll do weight training. And these are not all coaches. And it's open to all students and staff, not just athletes, whereas our coaches are encouraging athletes to attend. So when asking for the data by who actually attended, that is not their priority. Their priority is community building. First and foremost, we are here to build a community. So we're working on gathering that data in a way that we can segment out who the athletes are, which requires taking attendance. But we have support staff in there. We have some parents that are facilitating those. So it's a goal area that is challenging, again, to collect the data, and we're continuing to find ways to do that. But the open gyms are occurring, and we do have students showing up for those. But they are open to the entire student body and staff. Next slide. So this talks about 70% was a target of 6th through 12th grade activity club members participating in a session. And so you can see I included some additional data just because I thought it was fascinating. I broke it out by the 4 comprehensive high schools and the middle schools, which do include the choice schools. And in the choice schools, oftentimes their clubs are 6-12 versus a segment of just high school. So you can see the number of clubs that with 10 plus members at 1 or more schools. Just ascertaining the membership of these clubs took a really long time because they don't have it in a format that is consistent, and the membership is fluid. One day 1 kid could come, another day 3 more kids can come. So it's not like it's always this set membership. So we pretty much refined the membership now so that we can do the tracking of that. It also outlines the number of clubs that are offered at each of the schools, at each school site, and then the number of clubs offered at only one of the school sites. So for high school, for example, there's only 3 clubs that all of the comprehensive high schools offer that are the same. And in middle school, there isn't one club that all the middle schools offer because it is site-based and it is community-driven and student-driven. So I thought that was super interesting. You can see the number of clubs that are offered at only one of the schools, how unique it truly is. At the high schools, there's 26 that are only offered at one of the schools. Super unique. I had to look some of them up. Like, what's TEDx? And TEDx is they've got this group of kids that are doing these TED Talks, and it's really fascinating. But you can see in middle school too, it's even more diverse with 47. But you can see the percent range on the advisors that have reported to date. Now that we've figured out the membership in the system, and it's fairly consistent at the middle and the high at 55 and 54%. Next slide. That concludes our COVID update, our brief COVID update for this session. Any questions?
Okay, I'm going to start with one while other. Oh, a lot of echo. Let me see. I'm going to start with a question while other board members get together. If they have any questions, get them together. I just want to ask, and I think we have an answer already, from the students who were still waiting for hotspots, who had asked for them but hadn't picked them up. There were like 160 something. I just wanted to ask if you knew what number of those 160 or so students were actually engaging in educational activities for the week versus were not.
Yep, so I can provide you that answer. So out of those, when I look at the data, there's 24 students last week that were not engaged in Microsoft Teams. And when you look at the absence and say 3 or more absence, that number goes down to 10 students that were not engaged in Microsoft Teams. So that lower range, those students were still engaging one way or another. And typically those ones are at the lower grade level. So whether like kindergarten, 3rd and 4th.
Thank you. That is super helpful. And it is awesome to know that only 10 of them are not getting any engagement. I mean, that's terrible. We want those 10 to get engagement, but that is a lot of work you guys have done to make sure folks are engaging. And I appreciate the follow through to connect that data to kids and not just technology. Really appreciate it. All right. And I think Erica has a question.
Yeah, just regarding the students not progressing on the elementary level, and I apologize, I'm not going to turn my video on because my Wi-Fi will completely freak out on me. What is the criteria for not progressing, and who is determining that? Is it the teachers, individual teachers?
So I can say a little bit about that, and then Kelly may want to add on too. So not progressing means if a student is at risk for not progressing, the teacher teams are working with their administrative teams and their counselors, and that means that they're getting very little to no engagement. They're not seeing any evidence of progress for the student. They're deeply concerned about the feedback that they're getting from the student. And so it's a conjunction of the teacher teams tracking their students in their class and at their grade level, and then working with their administrative team. And then, as Kelly mentioned, each of the students that is at risk of that, we surveyed them about a week and a half ago, and we'll do it again next week. Then we connect with them as their EDs around their numbers and the list of the kids and what the plan is for those students. And it's individualized to the student. So it's a combination of outreach and perhaps instances you would have GSA support or small group teacher intervention. It just really depends on the student. So in summary, it means that if they're at risk of not progressing, starting with the teacher, but in collaboration with the administrator, and then the administrator is consulting with us. They're deeply concerned about the feedback that they're getting from the student, and then they have an outreach plan to get the student back on track. Kelly, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I'd add is that we gave them pretty clear guidelines for when to give a non-progressing versus progressing grade. This is all based on the grades for the end of year report card, and they match pretty closely to how we define I versus A. So that's the only thing I would add. This is different than what we're measuring around proficient or not yet proficient, and so we're also tracking students who are not yet proficient academically. We're doing that separately, but for grades, we're taking into account how students were doing before COVID, and we're taking into account individual family situations when thinking about how much a student is able to progress given the family circumstances and the amount of support that we're giving them.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Seema, Carolyn, or Francine, do any of you have questions on the update?
I do not. I found that very helpful, though. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for especially some of the new data that we're seeing with the athletics and the activities. Thanks for putting that together. I had a brief one on technology. I'm not sure if I missed why we have more laptops issued than requested.
That's because we weren't denying anybody that showed up to Sammamish and asked for a laptop. We didn't make them fill out the form. We would just issue one on the spot.
Okay, so they were requested. It just didn't require paperwork or online. And
correct.
Then with regards to the NPs and the Is data, it sounds like we're making great progress on them. But I guess in the future, it would be helpful if we had a benchmark for those numbers. So, for example, what were our DNF rates last year at this time for those courses? So just in the future, so we have some sense of how we're doing. It's great that we're working to get all of the students proficient and doing well, but the benchmarks would be helpful. And then I noticed we didn't have a nutrition report in this one. I know the last one we saw, it would be a similar comment. It would be helpful as we see the progress on how we're delivering the meals to just have like a timeline of the different interventions that we have, so that we can see that we're tracking that, oh, this is when we opened up more sites and that's where we got more people. This is when we put out the robocalls and there was not a bump or there was a bump. So just some things in the reports that would help us be able to track over time, especially as we move forward in this, it becomes a little bit more difficult to remember, oh, that's exactly when this happened. So for recording that would be wonderful. And then my last comment on the activities, thanks Patty for doing all the details on that. I think one of the thoughts I had when I saw that was that it's great that there's many unique clubs that are locally driven. The flip side of that is that I think that perhaps that there are many clubs that students might be interested in other schools, and yet they don't have access to them. So as we go forward and we're thinking about our fall planning, if there are remote options and some of those are open to that, we might be able to actually use this as an opportunity for students to access things that they might have an interest in, but just wasn't offered at their school. because there wasn't an advisor or whatever the reason might be, that there might actually be more interest at other schools. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Francie.
Great suggestion.
All right, so Jen was going to just make sure that Carolyn didn't have any questions. I know she's listening. Jen, is there anything there, or are we good to move on?
At this stage, no, but she may be on the phone with tech help, so it might be a circle back at some point or
Okay.
a lost opportunity.
Great, and I think that Ivan just put something up that he wanted to make a quick comment on.
Yeah, that was just the numbers from the last week that Wendy sent out to us from Nutrition Services, and it just shows where, you know, over that last week, because we get this report every week, it just had some of the highest numbers that we have, you know, had up to this point. And so the team continues to do a great job. But ending that week on the 20th, it was, you know, 17,880 meals, and you can just see on that when you look at it just how it's gone up incrementally. And then I think coupling that with the survey results, which we've shared partially with you, you know, that we know that the area around food and nutrition is going to be an ongoing need within our community that we're going to have to really just keep supporting, you know, with, you know, the resources we have, but also using some of our other community partners to help us in this area.
Great.
Yeah, so can I just chime in on that? So that was what struck me initially when I looked at that, and I thought, wow, you know, what happened this week that we had so many extra meals? And then I realized that there were additional meals that were distributed because of the Memorial Day weekend. So they got an extra meal this week. And so that's just an example of, I think if we had another column or timeline, it would be useful to see that, because then when we see the numbers this week and we see that it's dropped down, we have to account that we had one fewer days and compared to last week when that extra meal was done. And so just when we look at it, you know, again in the fall, or if there's another time when we have to do this, to recall why those numbers might vary, would be useful.
All right, thank you for that. So, and I just also want to tack on that there was a state school board association call today where they gave us some information, but there were a couple of state legislators, including Lisa Callan from the Issaquah area, who used to be a school board member down there, were asking about what is keeping us from being able to provide school lunches for kids over the summer, to provide the food. And I let them know that one of the issues for us is getting the waivers from the government so we can continue to have additional distribution centers and staffing for that. Staffing was definitely something that came up. So if there's additional information or constraints on that, let me know, and I'll get that to that group of folks who's working in the State House to find ways to support summer nutrition. And one other thing I wanted to call out for everyone from the State School Board Association call today was we got an update from Mick. Oh geez, now I'm blanking. Anyway, Mick is the CEO or executive director or something of WIAA. And so we got an update on their guidance for sports and activities. And it was actually a little disappointing in terms of what information they have, but they're on hold from other agencies. So the short of it is all of our school facilities are closed through June 19th for athletic activities and things like that. So, and it includes also closed to community use while they're closed. And so because things are all closed through June 19th, for whatever reason, some of the groups they were dependent on for information felt like they didn't need to provide full guidance for summer sports until June 19th, without recognizing that summer activities are allowed to be starting at the end of May. And that even though they might not use our facilities, there are coaches looking for guidance about what they can and can't do with students in other forums if possible. And that's happening all around the state. So they are trying to accelerate their guidelines to come in before June 19th. But while waiting for that, there is a Federation of High Schools, a national level Federation of High Schools. And that National Level Federation of High Schools has already put together some guidelines. And what he suggested was, if you want to see what we might be able to do once we're in phase 2 of Washington's reopening plan, you can look at the Federation's phase 1 plan, and that might give some ideas about where this is going. And I just wanted on the record that update because I know that there are many, many folks in our community wondering about it. So if anyone has additional questions or thoughts on that, let us know, but I just wanted to get that out there. All right. Dr. Duran, anything else from the update before we move on to the resolution?
No, I would just say the last thing.
Can I be heard? Am I hearable?
Oh, yes, Carolyn, we can hear you.
Hi, Carolyn.
Excellent.
Okay. Yes, I'm watching on one device that doesn't let me interact, but lets me see you, which is out of sync with what you're actually saying. But that's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know if I finally could be heard. I don't have anything to say.
Do you have any questions?
Not right now, because I haven't been able to concentrate because I've just been doing text.
Okay, well, yeah. the presentation that was given is all available online, and so if you have any after the fact, I'm sure that staff can answer them.
Well, I know the feedbacks were because I could hear some of it as I was fussing, but okay, so I'm in now, sort of.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to move as quickly as we can through the next two items, but if people have legitimate questions, we will stop and take time for them. We're going to start with the resolution. Ivan, is there someone from your team who wants to just give us a quick high-level summary of what we're looking at here?
Yeah, Melissa, do you want to do the high level on the resolution for us?
Sure. Working on my.
And I'll real quickly. I just wanted to say, she's getting her thoughts to get on that, is that the one other part on just COVID-19, Jason didn't refer to this, but I just really appreciate Jason and listen to the work because they've been really thinking and working, with some of the tech companies around to really think about how we could better provide some Wi-Fi solutions, for our students and families. There's a couple areas where we know that it's really a big need. So that's definitely something that's in the works. And we've been having conversations with the city of Bellevue and that also to support us in that effort.
All right. Melissa. All right, thank you. So this waiver is a common waiver that's being really asked for by, I would say, most districts throughout the state of Washington. And basically we had a couple of options. So as many of the districts transitioned from the in-class traditional schooling and then ended up having to go to remote learning, some districts took some time off in order to get that in place to get it started. Some districts had shorter days, so the students didn't get all of the minutes that they would normally need to get under OSPI's guidelines and regulations. And some districts had fewer days. So under a regular school year, we are required to have an average of 1,027 minutes of instruction, or hours of instruction. And we're required to have 180 days of instruction for our students. And we will not be meeting either of those. We are going to miss the days by one. We'll be at 179 days. And we're missing the hours by quite a bit more because we did not have our students attending a full day of education, a full day of class time remotely. And this goes back to the way OSPI funds school districts is really based on seat time for students, meaning students are in the building in their seats for 1,027 hours of instruction. And under the remote learning model, we did not have them sitting in a seat looking at a computer for that long every day, but we did kind of a combination of classroom time, homework time, small group time, etc. So this waiver is one of 3 different waivers that school districts can ask for. One is just for hours, one is just for days, and one is for a combination of days and hours. That is what we are asking for. We have to provide our remote learning plan that is supposed to go before the board. So that has been attached along with our school calendar, which has also been attached. And this has to be passed by the board by May 29th. And then we will forward it on to OSPI so that we are eligible to receive our full appropriation from the state for the 2019-2020 school year.
Great. And then with this comes a resolution. Melissa, do you want, I guess we don't really need much. The resolution is basically saying that the board has looked at and we approve of this waiver and the plans that we have put in place along the way that we've already had brought to us about learning plans and gradings and all the plans to tend to our students. So my understanding when I reviewed this information is that I have seen all of this. I didn't see anything new, but we do need a resolution, and the resolution says that we support this and we're in good stead. Is that
question?
Yeah.
I thought Melissa just said May 29th. She must maybe meant June 29th.
No, May 29th. So May 29th is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, I'm losing track.
That's why we put it here.
Track of time and space. Sorry. I thought we were in June already. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and if Mike can change the view to the resolution, I'm going to motion that we approve the resolution as presented. I need a second, and then we'll take questions.
I second. This is Seema.
Thank you. Are there any questions about this resolution that we're asked to pass as formality in this process?
I just have one question. So it looks like there, now that I'm pulling up the newest version, it looks like there's just one correction on the first resolve clause to add that space in. We probably need to adjust the adoption date at the bottom. And then for the second resolve clause, I had some questions about it, but I think I'll just leave them. I think we could have school beyond June 19th. It's just we weren't required to have school beyond June 19th.
Correct. That is correct. We could have gone beyond June 19th. We are not required to go beyond June 19th. And we felt like if we went to June 22nd, which would be the one extra day due to snow days, that it would not have resulted in a significant amount of additional learning for our students in the current environment.
Yeah, in addition to that, the confusion that would be caused, since the statewide talk about June 19th is pretty pervasive, I think there would have been substantial confusion in the community to push that another day.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, just in the numerous meetings with OSPI and the Puget Sound Education Service District Superintendents, there was a lot of conversation about this to have some level of consistency.
All right, so that's where we are at. Any further questions? I am not sure if there are any particular requirements around this vote. So just to make sure we don't do anything wrong, I'm going to roll call vote this online here just to make sure we hear them. So I'm going to call your name and you can vote yay or nay. And Christine Chu, I vote yay on this. Francine?
Well, I was going to ask a question, which is, so are we going to review the learning plan before we adopt the resolution, or is this considered doing everything under that item?
This is considered doing everything under that item because the learning plan is what has been presented to us previously, and that's what we made sure to describe in the last couple of board meetings so that everyone would know that we weren't adding anything new. So the documents here are not new. Is there something that you want to back up and go ahead and look at tonight that would change?
No, it's fine. I don't think we've seen it in the open meeting in this entirety in this form. I was just going to thank everyone for all the work that went into it and the details and the links and all of that. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't approving the resolution and then actually looking at the plan as a board. So I vote yes.
Thank you. And Carolyn?
Yes.
Erica?
Yes.
Seema?
Yes.
Thanks, everybody. All right, so that's done. I'm going to ask Mike to take us to the next item on the agenda and just open up the attachment, which he might need to refresh things because it was put in at 5 minutes of 4. I think, or so, oh, actually, yeah. Oh no, it might just be in the text. It's in the text, I think. 2.3. yeah, perfect. Okay. So if you can make that a little larger, but folks can also look at it on their own. When I submitted the things to WASDA, and I was realizing that there were so many issues with providing services for all kids, especially kids with special needs in this time, and so forth, and then realized that the state is about to put requirements about education for next year, and those requirements may include very non-standard educational contexts that require additional spend. And I realized there was no position in WASDA that said, hey, under these extreme conditions, if you're going to put requirements on us, we really need you to support the funding. So I put in this, I checked with Melissa and Ivan and some folks at the district to make sure that this would support them, and put this in to the WASDA tool because I had no more time to submit it. But we can withdraw it or we can pass it. I just wanted to ask if the board would consider supporting this position for WASDA, that in extreme circumstances, the state and federal governments need to provide the support and funding for the things that they require us to do for kids. Just an extension of what basic ed it looks like under extreme circumstances. Any questions or thoughts on this?
Well, I basically agree with the sentiment here. I feel like maybe my devices got out of sync for a second. Now I can't hear you.
Oh, I just got quiet. I just muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's weird because it's out of sync. So I see you talking, but the voice recording is not matched to you. Okay, so I really like the way that you put this together and met the deadline, but then brought it back to us for us to really have a good look at it and approve or disapprove. That was good.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or thoughts?
Thanks, Christine. I'll echo what Carolyn said. I do. So we see pieces of this in a couple of the other WASDA resolutions that we've put in the sense of like not changing the budget mid-year and fully funding special ed and a few of the other things that we have put positions in for. So I think this fits in very nicely with everything else that we have put forward.
Okay. If there are no other comments, then I'm just going to make that we approve this. And if I can have a second, that would be great.
Yeah, I second the motion and only echo what I think was said by Erica and Carolyn. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion or comments? If anyone is opposed to passing this, please speak now. Any opposition? All right, then this is considered passed. Thank you very much, guys. That takes us to the meat of tonight's meeting, and we're going to move on to 3.1. This is a school planning workshop, and we've broken it into 4 portions where one is a repeat. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how the board is going to help work with the district and leadership to set some expectations. Most of the expectations are things we all kind of assume, but if we just hope that everyone assumes the same thing, it doesn't get us into clear direction when making negotiations. And our district needs to go and get detailed plans put together. They need to negotiate with multiple different employee groups to make this happen. And all these things have to happen. And so it's really important that we are clear with each other. It's not a directive in one direction or the other, but that we together are clear about the assumptions and expectations and commitments that we are making. So we're going to talk about how we can set those nice and clearly. Then we're going to get a preview of the initial brainstorming that's been done by the district on all the different scenarios, an overview and a preview. And then we'll have time to talk specifically about each scenario. And then we'll go ahead and go back to the commitments and goals and see if we want to make any changes. So I drafted these with input and help from Eva and Melissa and Eileen and Ivan. Francine has taken a look at some of them, and we've tried to put together that would be comprehensive and really reflect our values so that there's not misunderstanding. We don't have to pass these tonight. It's okay for us to just have a discussion about them and bring them back to next week's meeting, and I'm going to walk us through them because no one has had adequate time to review them ahead. And so if Mike can bring them up, we'll look at the document. It has 3 sections. It has what we are committing to for next year's education. It has a section about what the goals are, which basically says our goals are our goals, our annual plan goals, or whatever, which doesn't write new ones. And then a 3rd section that says assumptions, like if we lose funding from the state, we might not be able to execute this or something. So that's what it is. And we're going to spend the majority of time on the commitment section. And so if we can just go to the first page and get it so we can just see at a nice blown up level the health part. So I've broken the commitments into 4 areas: health, education, stakeholders, and I don't have it in front of me now. I'm trying to remember. There's a 4th section. Mike, can you just scroll? I'm sorry, so I can see the last section of this part. Health, education, stakeholders, and essential needs, of course, because that is one of the key parts of this whole puzzle. All right. And I've found some great documents about best practices and things that are already coming out. So we'll start with health. I thought I'd just kind of go through these and then we can stop and converse about them after. So for health, we want to say that, of course, health is the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to protect health. We're not going to have education at the cost of the health and well-being of our community. So that's first. Secondly, this also seems like obvious, but we're going to take into account best practices and guidelines. If the best practices and guidelines seem to be way off base, or there's evidence that scientific evidence to the contrary, and we have other relevant and credible health, science, and education-based agencies, we may make some plans that are a little specific to our district, but we're going to look at those. And we're going to make sure that we have a plan for addressing the health and safety of any staff who are at high risk. And there are multiple categories of that. So we just want to make sure we have a plan for that. And that we will make sure that the students who are at high risk or who have other virus-related concerns that prevent them from being present, even if we're able to have other kids present on campus, that we'll still make sure that they have some access to an equitable and accessible opportunity to learn. So that was what's in the health section. If we scroll down, we'll look at the educate each and every student, and then we'll go back section by section and take comments. For the education section, there's a lot in here. So the first is we might be in some hybrid state of learning, some split scheduling with social distancing. We might be at home for some of it. We might be at school regularly for some of this. We don't know, but we're going to have contingency plans. And whatever we do, each and every student is going to get a full year of learning at course and grade level standards, and that meets our mission. This is right out of our mission, to be rigorous, relevant, innovative, individualized, equitable, and exceptional. Might not look the same, and we'll be flexible about it, and we hope that everyone will be flexible with us, but we will give them that. We also want to recognize that there are not just students who will get incompletes, there are students who didn't pick up on all the prerequisite ideas from this year. And so what best practices tell us, and we've looked at several documents and guidelines about this, and I think this is probably a little bit of what's involved in the teacher's recent resolution about incomplete. There's the best practice is to make sure that we assess in the context of the next grade level standard, or the next grade level learning, the next course. So we don't hold everyone back and do remediation, that doesn't seem to advance folks, and that doesn't serve us or our kids very well. So that we'll make sure that there are opportunities whenever we can to assess the student learning and find what they need, and that we'll have targeted mitigations, not broad scale mitigations, not broad scale assessment of standards, or we may do some of that to complement the work, but the targeted work we'll ensure is that we'll apply best practices as best we can to get the kids figure out in their context where they're at and what they need, and to keep pace with their peers whenever possible. The second is that we want to account, or the third is the well-being of our whole students. not just some portion of students. So social emotional health and learning. And it's not about interventions like when things have gotten way out of hand. It's about preventing mental health problems and trying to mitigate and do things throughout our system. So we are committing that we'll have a combination of interventions, construction of plans that account for social connectedness, social emotionally sound practices, and then other outlets for kids, whether it's sports, athletics, activities, mentorships, volunteer opportunities. We invest in those in our schools for a reason, and we want to keep investing in those in some form that is practical and doable and meaningful to kids. And that we will continue the commitment that we've made this year to reach out and actively ensure that all students are engaged and supported. Then we can scroll down to the next couple bullets. Also that learning plans for students with disabilities will be created or updated, not just based on like the minutes or things that we're able to provide in terms of like the logistics, but also in terms of the goals for those students. That's why we have individualized education plans and so forth. So we'll make sure that those are done and updated and relevant and in collaboration with their families. And then the next one is that we may make changes to how we're doing learning or grading or other things, not just based on logistics, but also based on what we've learned from these experiences and what best practices are, especially since we still have to train staff and work together. This may be a time to make an adjustment here or there that will help kids. So then if we go down to the stakeholders, we want to continue the practices we've set up, that we're going to include stakeholder groups in our planning processes, and we're going to get feedback from them regularly. And we're going to examine outcome data as we go along the way and execution data and adjust. So there should be an expectation that no plan is perfect and fixed, and that we are responsive to the needs of our kids in our community. We will provide clear and manageable communications that actually allow people to productively engage, and we're going to collaborate with community partners. We already do that, but we're going to commit to doing that towards shared goals and with appropriate sharing of information to help advance those goals. We're going to provide resources, training, and other supports to all of our staff and educators to make sure that they have the tools, the technologies, the changes in practice, and that we're going to strive to recognize the constraints and context that our educators and all of our staff have in the various learning scenarios. And we're going to do all that we can to demonstrate respect and flexibility in how we serve and meet our commitments to students. Everything will be planned around like decisions that meet the needs of students, but we have to follow our values in the way we do that. All right, and then the last part about meeting essential needs. This is certainly not the least of the work we have been doing and we have to continue to do. We will still make sure we're providing meals for all students who need them and work with partners to address food instability for families. If the funding spaces and regulations allow, we will continue to provide childcare options, and there may be some priorities around that, and I don't have details on that right now. And then we want to ensure that our community is aware of and has access to the various resources to help with both their new needs and their existing needs around food, healthcare, childcare, etc. And then if we go down the rest of the document, the goals are what I said. We keep our vision, mission, and values. Our strategic plan will continue to guide us and updated, like we said, in the fall, and our annual plan will also be updated, as we said, and we'll use that. And that the assumption here is that there's no complete closure. So if we're not even able to do remote learning and everything stops, then we can't promise everything from the above. And if state and federal funding drops dramatically or local fund access drops dramatically, there may be more constraints about what we can do. So if we just give folks a moment to absorb that, then we'll start taking questions. But I'd like to do it maybe section by section. Ivan, did you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, I would say that only the one part, and I don't, we'd have to go back to the top, but definitely appreciate the work on this and what we're thinking about, and it's making me think about it's kind of in my space around seeing some of the stuff we're doing now and then knowing some of the ways we can build upon what we've done to this point to improve. But on the Yeah, I think that first one on the protect the health and well-being, I would maybe within that area, the only area that I was really thinking about was just the need, on one of the documents that I came across, which talked about the idea around taking our social emotional learning and raising it up to this idea around the healing practice. And so kind of this commitment of creating, I think some of the language I used was kind of create a space for early on for collective community grieving, acknowledging that something has happened, that we're going to really allow that space for students and staff to experience that we have to really support our students and staff, from, the experience that they've had coming into this. I think that's a huge part that has to be addressed, early on. And, we have so many different ways we do that, from our circles and mindfulness and peer support groups, but definitely think it would be something we can add in here that would be just another one of those commitments that we want to have in place. I think you're muted.
Sorry, I do it at least once a meeting. Yeah, we had talked about that. I'm sorry, I didn't have time in that last bit of space to get that one in here. So we can add something. Board members, do you want to tackle this section by section? Do you want to? Why don't we just give each board member a chance to start? Like, what do you think about this document? What are your questions? What are the things you want to get some feedback about? Seema, do you want to start maybe, or should I don't want to put you on the spot. You can decline.
No, I'm happy to try. I was just reading the document on a different device. I think you've addressed this. I think this is addressed in the document. The only thing that I was scanning each individual part to see if we address this, and I think on some level you certainly created the seeds for it. I wondered. I was just thinking as I was reading it about doing things in a, I don't want to say radically different way, but we will have to be flexible and agile in how we create a new educational model. That might, I forwarded to you and Ivan something that I saw on CNN that showed in Denmark how they're having classes outside, and where they ran out of space, they went to a cemetery and they're like, hey, the cemeteries have a lot of numbers on the cemetery stones, and that could be useful for math. I just thought it's not the model we need to adopt, but it basically is using flexible thinking and saying to the community, we're going to need to be agile. It may be that we can have more days of instruction, for example, if we're outside, if we utilize the outdoors. You've already put in, I think that's why I say you've put the seeds in about health and safety and best practices, and that might be one of those, but we may need to be the ones to connect the dots between what we get from public health and what we know about education. And we might be the tip of the spear in how we put it together to be fast when every day matters in education. So I thought maybe something speaking to that could be helpful, but I think you've covered it. So really, I thought overall it was very good. That was the only thing that I was wondering about.
I love that you came up with the idea of flexibility, because when Eva was doing edits to this, that's one of the words that she wanted to make sure we added. And so the first bullet in education has the word flexible in it, flexibly provide, but I think your idea about spelling it out seems like a smart thing to do. So I'm not gonna try to edit en masse on the fly here, but I might be able to have some edits by the end of the meeting or for next meeting. So I'll take that to heart. Francine, do you want to jump in?
Sure. So thanks to Christine for putting this together. It was a lot of work and just really emphasizes all our dedication and diligence to making sure that we're serving each and every student. So I think it's really covers a lot of ground. I really like Seema's points about the agility. So I think even it's similar to flexibility. So we do see flexibility in the point that you just mentioned, and I think it's also in the last bullet of engage and support stakeholders. So demonstrating respect and flexibility in how we serve and meet our commitments to students. I think the flexibility is there, that the idea of being agile and being able to pivot quickly using the lessons that we've learned from these past weeks, as well as being able to pull from other districts, locally, nationally, internationally, using that. There are definitely countries that are trying different things that are in a different stage than we are, and more of that data will be coming out. So just being really mindful that we can take the lessons and obviously make them work for our community, for our students. So that could be another point that we can do there. But I think so many of those thoughts are already woven into what we have, but maybe just emphasizing that one.
Thank you for that. Okay. And Erica, do you want to chime in with some initial thinking? We'll have a chance for others, for folks to come back in and also to hear from staff.
Yeah, I don't have any particular comments. I think you covered a lot of this. I didn't see this document ahead of time. I saw this PowerPoint. So I haven't really had a chance to formulate questions, but I really appreciate the really thoughtful approach that you've clearly taken to each and every part of this.
Thanks. Well, that's why it's worth it to talk to other people. The documents that the staff has been coming up with, I mean, they're reaching out there to find research from everything. I mean, there were pre-published papers among the things that I saw, and just we are looking and doing the due diligence to uncover the stones in this district. And there's also word afoot about ways that we can collaborate on contingency planning with other local districts. So we might be able to share resources and things, and we should know a little bit more about that tomorrow. But I think the reason that this is being thorough is because of the thoroughness that our staff is looking at things with. Carolyn, do you want to chime in with some thoughts or input?
Yeah. It covers a couple of things I've been really worried about. And I guess the area I've been really worried about is the health area. And I'm very glad that on the second bullet or whatever you have best practices and guidelines, but also other relevant and credible health science and education. I think that our particular King County Public Health people do pretty well, but it's, when as you, and I'm glad to hear that staff have been looking at different scientific evidence, because I'm very concerned about things like what happened with that choir and the creation of aerosols. And apparently the room was the size of a volleyball court. And so we need to be looking at that stuff and not just, taking everything on faith. We're looking at the science. And so my question is, I guess from the board perspective, how will we know? Yeah, how will we know that we've gotten the best practices guidelines and tweak them for other relevant, credible health, science, and education-based policies? I want to. That's the thing that really is keeping me up at night. That we're going to miss some piece of the science that we could have known about that would help us tend to the high-risk individuals and the not high-risk individuals that don't know that they are at any kind of risk. I'm also
pause and we'll take a second comment or feedback, but let's actually pause and hear a little bit from staff about that, because when I did the tours of the schools and so forth during this period, one of the things that struck me was the level of expertise that we had brought on to our staff. There were some folks from nursing, from the field. We have Carrie Lang, and we have a lot of folks who are not officially part of the health place, but that keep some of these in check with great questions. Like we have a board member who has a health background. We have a board member with a deep scientific background. I think there are checks and balances, but I don't think we can know for sure. Ivan, is there anything that you want to highlight about how staff is able to get all that sort of information and proactively go after it and weigh it?
Yeah, I would say that, well, one, like you said, we're obviously doing some work with some of the other school districts. We have our first meeting tomorrow. We'll be meeting with some of our area districts, you know, here on the east side, including Seattle. And so that's I think one way that we've been definitely, you know, just kind of bouncing ideas back and forth. You know, we probably have 2 or 3 calls a week just with the other area superintendents. And then I know we've talked about this before, but it was confirmed again this week that, you know, we will be anticipating the guidance from OSPI to be coming to us on June 8th. And what we heard this week was that guidance is going to be, you know, first the health guidance, and is going to basically be the rules that we're going to have to follow within the health expectations that they've been, you know, kind of studying and following. And then secondly, they'll start laying out some of their guidance around some of the potential scenarios. So we are anxiously awaiting some of that information, you know, but I think meanwhile, you know, we are, you know, just reading stuff from different places and really trying to think about how this is playing out. The advantage is that we're learning from what other people are doing, because there's a number of places that are starting to open up much sooner than we are. And I think that's going to help in the guidance, because I think it'll be more information that we'll have to be able to think more thoroughly around what we need to do. I think the one challenging issue that we'll be facing in this is that, you know, how are we going to deal with, I think if we go through all the best procedures, have the right sanitation equipment and mask and everything else that, you know, may come forward for us, but you know, even in the best laid plans, you know, we still have the potential of someone getting sick. And so then we're going to have to be thinking about the impact on that and how we're going to close either part of a school. So that's part of the answer, but I think we're really waiting for that guidance to be coming out from the state, which we wish was sooner, but it is what it is. So we'll just have to take that for now. Melissa or Heather, do you want to add on to that?
I really think it's an ongoing thing. Given that we haven't had a pandemic of this nature for 100 years, and that people are moving forward so quickly with the science around it, we just need to make sure that we continue to follow the CDC, follow our public health professionals, and incorporate their recommendations and things into what we do. I think those are the experts that we're looking for guidance and input and direction. And kudos to Carrie Lang, who is making sure that we're on top of that. She follows that stuff with huge diligence and makes sure that we are fully aware of it and make sure that we're getting the equipment and other things that we need. We also, Chris Hoogstad, who is our manager of custodial, he does immense amounts of research and things around products that people are using. He has his own network of other school districts that he interacts with on a regular basis in terms of what are the products that are best to use, what products are safe, especially if we're using them in the volumes that we anticipate using them. He is really forward thinking. He's already ordered all of the hand sanitizer and hand sanitizer stations to put throughout all of our buildings and schools so that those products will be available. So really a lot of our staff is looking at what's being done in other areas and trying to make sure that we're ahead of the game, so to speak, and working on it this summer so that depending upon where we are in the fall, if we're able to have students and staff back in our buildings, we have done a lot of the preventative work already.
Yeah, I think the only thing too, I think Ivan and Melissa covered a lot of that. Carrie has been a real blessing to be able to have with us in the group. I think the other thing that we're just also kind of looking at on the curriculum and instruction side of this health issue is what are the impacts of the physical distancing on how instruction plays out? So in terms of group learning, and what are the unintended potential outcomes of the way that kids are seated in a classroom? You know, like what are the social emotional impacts of those kinds? So the health piece has, you know, we're looking to put those all in place and then consider, you know, that hasn't been our physical environment for kids before in learning. And so there's then therefore impacts on how instruction looks. What does group work look like what kinds of pedagogical practices are in place? So just trying to also marry the two. And that's why I think it's been so important to have Carrie there. But because Carrie also being so exposed to school nursing has that lens around. So it is about the physical health of kids, but that there's an impact then on the learning, right, on that and kids' mental health. And so how do we ensure we're protecting health in ways that don't also have some negative unintended outcomes for us and things that we didn't want to have happen? So it's really complex work to think about just how do we preserve kids' physical health in ways that also support their academic and social emotional needs too.
All right, Carolyn, thank you, Heather and Melissa and Ivan. I think what you pointed out and what I hope would be illustrated is an opportunity to just see how we're thinking about things as a district and how some of these determinations are made, because as we've all pointed out, there's no magic answer to knowing that this is the right one or the perfect thing, but there's a lot of thoughtful pieces. So Carolyn, I hope that gave you some answers or some information that's relevant. You had another question though, so do you want to bring that forth?
The other thing that worries me is, you know, the special needs. You know, I keep saying, but there's been some articles in the national press and so forth that we can meet. We see a pretty clear path, I think, to meet some of the special needs kids' needs, but there's some where it's going to be hard. And I think, as everyone is recognizing, the thing is we're trying to find a path here through with the available options, and it's going to need some creativity. And I'm glad to see it on there because I really want us to do the best we can for the special needs kids, because I think it's just harder to have online instruction in that area, and sometimes downright impossible.
Carolyn, to that end, I had a wonderful conversation with the special needs PTSA leadership earlier this week, and they were very articulate about the things that worked and places where they were disappointed that things didn't execute, and places where they were really excited about some extremely effective practices that happened. But one of the things that came up there, and something that I've mentioned to Ivan in passing but haven't had a chance to talk, but I think the board has brought up, is we might want to think very carefully about adding a little bit of heft to the June survey that goes out to all of our stakeholders, so that we can get a little bit deeper and more relevant information that might inform some of our choices that are supporting kids. Special needs kids are kids with special needs have a lot of overlap with gen ed, and they can answer all the questions, but I think that the way that the questions are set up don't necessarily invite a systematic set of data from that group, so that we can actually really analyze it and put it to practice. And I think there's some other pieces of practice that maybe we don't have the data. So there may be opportunities for us to learn even a little bit more than we have to date and be able to help. So we still need to keep that survey light, but that might be a topic we can bring up at a board meeting, or that the staff is already working on anyway.
Yeah, Christine, I'll just add on to that, and we actually had a follow-up meeting today with Special Needs PTSA, and there is going to be a wellness forum next week, and we just had conversations with our the group to find out if we want to have it just for the families and students with special needs, or do we want to open it up more? So that's going to be one opportunity to be able to gather some more input directly from our families in that area.
All right, fantastic. Board members, are there any other questions or pieces of feedback you want to get in right away before I just give staff a chance to weigh in? Because while some staff have been able to review this, the turnaround time that they were given was tiny, and I just want to make sure that if there's additional input, we want to capture it.
I have one question, which is under the educate each and every student in the second bullet point. So for the whole document, is it just forward looking to 2021? And the reason I ask is that we still have several weeks left of this school year, and as we assess student learning that's occurred now, so that preparation can be done over the summer and kind of hit the ground as much running as possible in the fall can occur. So are we only saying forward looking to what's happening in the fall of 2021, Or are we also saying there are important steps that we can take now to set students up for success?
The intent of this document was solely to talk about our commitments for next year. I think that what you've just done is give input on the importance of that piece, which in this year, and how we deal with the incompletes this year. And I think we have all probably mentioned something about, like, hey, ask or a question to Ivan about how are we dealing with these incompletes? What's going on? Is there a work group? Is there how are we making sure that that kids who don't have everything they need for next year? And part of the problem with answering those questions is that we still have very little information about summer. And so I think it would be hard for us to put an expectation in place right now towards the end of this year that would be formal in this document. So I think I would keep this document to next school year. But I think the feedback you're giving is worth the giving, and we can have a larger discussion of it if we need to. Ivan, do you want to talk at all? Or Eva?
Yeah, I'll just say that, yeah, I do think that, I think the update we provided today, I think really does speak to, the work that we are really focusing on for this fourth quarter, and just, as a reminder, we really did pivot and shift, our focus, to make sure that we are providing the most equitable learning experiences for all of our students, while supporting, our staff and educators, and ourselves in the best way possible, And so there's a lot of work going on right now in terms of adjusting for, the current situation. And we're in that place. I was talking with Christine earlier around, we're in this place around really finishing strong, staying focused, doing what we need to do, knowing that we still have a few students that we haven't connected with, and there's really great plans that are, still trying to tie that in. We have so many moving parts right now, and then we're taking all this information, using it to plan for next year in the absence of some guidance, and so that's kind of the next part. I know we'll be talking about in the next part of the board meeting around what we're thinking about for next fall. So I feel that we are doing the both and right now, and thinking about what's best right now, but then also having our eye towards the future and what we can accomplish. So I do think that work is definitely having that that focus now.
All right, Francine, anything else?
Oh, we can move on. Thanks.
Okay, and Carolyn, Erica, anything else?
No.
Okay. Great. So Erica commented no. So staff, does anyone on staff have a piece of feedback about this that would make it stronger, more relevant, or just better for kids, better and more feasible to execute? Anything you want to put out there?
Hi, Christine.
Hey, Patty.
I think that when we review some of the work that was done by the rapid design teams, there's a lot of alignment and some other things to consider that'll be helpful. It's really great.
Great. So we'll just bring those back in at the end, you mean?
Yeah, we have our rapid design piece whenever that falls in that we can share with the group, and there's a lot of alignment, but I think it's important to kind of see what that constituency said. I think that'll be helpful.
Perfect. Okay. Anything else before we jump to, is it Eva who's going to walk us through the presentation?
All right. I think, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Melissa's going to kick it off and then hand it over to Eva.
Great. So I think we'll just revisit these at the end of the meeting in case there's any other changes we want to make, and decide if we want to adopt something like this here or if we want to wait till next meeting to look at it again. But I will just hand it now, I guess, to Melissa.
Yeah, and I'll just, before Melissa kicks in, I will just quickly add, I've already mentioned around some of the work with some of our local superintendents, but I do want to say that I'm also really appreciative of the Puget Sound Educational Service District, because they've really been helping to bring some coherence, both to the King County school districts and the Pierce County school districts. And, we had already had a plan to kind of pull together the East Side districts, pulling in Seattle. So really appreciative of them doing that. But there is a plan right now so that we have some of this regional work going on. We're going to have some conversations around what we're thinking about and then bring it back to the larger group. And then in addition, there is another group that is working through the PSESD, really thinking about this from a lens of transformation. And what can we do, based on equity to really think about, what could be different for our students, knowing that we may be in a very different situation in the fall than when we were in the previous fall. So there's some really good movement happening in those spaces right now. And then as Christine said, I've shared with her a number of documents and have a lot more I can share too. There's a lot of good stuff out there, but we're seeing some pre-release of some information, around standards and instructional approaches and things to consider. Some really good guidance that is, really putting, equity and as at the forefront of some of this work. And so we're starting to utilize that in our thinking, our planning, and really just trying to disseminate that to everybody to be thinking about what can we do that could be different and really change some of the things that we've done in our system to make it more equitable to everyone. So, Melissa.
All right.
All right, there you go.
Thank you. Mike, why don't we skip to slide 3 real quick? One more. There we go. I thought I would start here because really nobody really knows what we're going to be facing come through the summer and into the fall, winter, and back to next spring. We could go through a bunch of peaks and valleys where as high as we were in March, we dip down through the summer, we go back up in the fall, we dip down again, and we go through a series of those until a vaccine is found, put to market, and people can actually get it. Or we could follow the same path that they followed in 1918, where they went through one round. The second round was the most impactful, and then they went through a third round. And so that's kind of like with this fall peak idea, that we would get to the fall, winter, and it would be a peak bigger than what we've seen thus far. Or we could have peaked in March and then continue on down. And because we don't really know what scenario we're going to be hitting upon, we also came to the conclusion that flexibility and agility and the ability to transition or adapt are really critical to any of the design work that we're going to do, and especially how all of this will fit together. So let's go back to the design process. So thank you. So when we started talking about this, we decided to put 4 different scenarios out there, not knowing where we would be, and all of these scenarios linked together, and there's some overlap in them, but really then to have small groups get together and kind of do a rapid design process that puts equity at the forefront and used our strategic plan, vision, and mission as the guide. This spring we went through and we updated our goals a bit because let's face it, we went into this very, very quickly. And so we thought it was important for us to modify our goals and to follow the progress that we did. But, going back into next year, we have a strategic plan. We have an obligation to our community, and that really should continue to be our driver district-wide. And so we've asked these teams to get together and have their work grounded in equity and the strategic plan that the board has already put in place for us. So we're in our second step now, where we're looking at these high-level rapid design scenarios with you and getting your feedback. We've looked at them with DELT. We want to share them with our bargaining units and the other our other employees that are stakeholders. We also want to include families, staff, students, that group, to get their reaction, to get their input. And we want to do an after action review with them to say, how did this work? And I know we've been doing surveys all along, but I think a combination of the survey feedback that we've gotten plus some focus groups where we can listen to them and get their feedback would be really helpful. And then we're going to have to organize and design for moving forward into the fall. And a lot of this will be done not only collaborating with our stakeholder groups and our people, but also with other districts and those around us. Seema, you have a question. Seema, do you have a question about, health-related question regarding masks and what our plans around that.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Melissa. I was trying to put something on Christine's radar, so I'm so sorry.
Okay. That's okay. We'll
continue on. I don't know if we covered this in another meeting or another time, so.
Yeah, we will get to that. And I will tell you this, we are not to that level of detail and specificity. Okay, so this was a little bit higher level than that. Safety is obviously a concern for us. So let me talk to you about the 4 scenarios really quickly. So the first one was re-entry. And the re-entry plan, we need that no matter what we do in the fall. We did not end this school year in what I would say would be a typical manner, right? A lot of kids experience trauma. We've seen from the surveys we've done that there was social emotional learning impact to kids. Kids were feeling isolated. We believe that there's a need to do screening and assessments to really understand where kids were, and then to integrate that into the learning in their sequential subsequent courses. We need to have safety protocols in place around taking temperatures when kids enter, requiring masks. Do they walk through kind of a disinfectant type of tray, which we've seen they've done in I think it was Singapore. So there's a lot of different things that we need to put in place around how our schools are going to look and run, and how do we communicate to families and say, you know, these are the protocols that we're putting in place. Families need to make decisions about whether it is safe for them, given their personal situation. And we need to be able to offer families educational opportunities, whether they believe it's safe to come back to schools or they don't. And so that's where you can see we have got a physical distancing scenario that we're putting together and a remote learning scenario we're putting together. And we'll provide you with some details around this in a minute. But the physical distancing is basically having kids 6 feet apart. It's a combination of some in person and some remote learning. With physical distancing in our buildings, we can only fit about half of our students in a building at one time. And so basically kids would be split into an A group and a B group. Some would go for 2 days. Each group would go for 2 days, but it'd be a different set of 2 days so that we could have somewhere between 10 and 14 in our classrooms. And Jack has been working on all of that and telling me what our capacity could be and how classrooms could be laid out. And then there would obviously have to be some remote learning in combination with that, because 2 days a week will not meet the educational obligation commitments that we're making to our community. We also have then a remote learning 2.0 scenario, which would be an upgrade for where we are right now, leveraging the things that we've learned. And we would obviously incorporate those into our physical distancing scenario as well. But it would include more small group instruction, progress monitoring, that type of thing. And if we go into next year and we have to close schools again, then how do we transition seamlessly between a physical distancing model to 100% remote learning? And how do we then transition back so that we don't miss a beat? And then really, what would the impact to our school calendar be of that? If we're out, 2 weeks, what does that mean? If we're out 6 weeks, what does that mean? Do we extend our calendar into beyond the end of June into potentially the summer months? What would trigger that? And can we communicate that early so that if we have to be out for 2 months or 3 months, that would trigger us extending to the middle of July or whatever. So being able to have those conversations about what that could look like and to communicate with our community early on if those are things that we're considering. So these are all related to each other. There's obviously interaction between all of them and some commonality. So this is the overview of the various scenarios, the remote learning 2.0, looking at, do we use block schedules for secondary students or a 7-period day? They'll talk about that a little bit more. The whole reentry piece, physical distancing, and then the resurgence of COVID-19. And so with that, I will turn this over to Kelly. I think you're next.
Yep, sounds good. Next slide, please. So Melissa pretty much did a great job giving an overview. I just wanted to share with you that we're going to share the 4 different scenarios, and each group came up with 2 to 3 options within each scenario. We were trying to keep it broad and quick so that we can get feedback, and then with your input as well as input from DELT, and then from our stakeholders, we would narrow to more, just to narrow our options to what would be the most practical moving forward. So these are the 4 main buckets, and then just a big picture of the different options under each of them. Next slide.
As the 4 teams independently convened, and as we were reviewing our notes, our discussions, and we found some significant themes that had emerged, all centered around our vision, mission, and values. And we felt that these would be helpful as we look at our commitments to our community. So one of them is equity, really making sure we're centering our work on our most marginalized students, and really enlisting the voice of all of our constituencies throughout that. Next slide. There were 2 additional themes that surfaced, one being well-being, the other academic success, and keeping at the forefront the student's social, emotional, physical, basic needs to ensure that we are supporting the whole child, and then ensuring that we have some plans in place for students and for staff that pertain to safety, and particularly students and families and staff that are at high risk. Next slide.
Okay, so the first one, remote learning, I was in charge of this group. It's a quick slide, but we really had a ton of things that we wanted to improve from remote learning 1.0. And so, but these are just a couple of main considerations as we thought about relaunching. I think the biggest thing for you to know is that there are a lot of things that we want to do better and improve moving into fall. We know that remote learning is going to be a part of whatever solution we have. And so there are things that we have to do this summer to ramp up, to launch an improved service to our students and families. One of them being a common platform for communication and assignments and things. Our parents are saying over and over again that there's just too much over-reliance on parents for student success. And so we want to streamline our platform and communication. We really want to elevate standards-based grading and expectations for attendance. A lot of our families are asking for more support universally for students, including in the areas of helping kids get organized when learning remotely. And so we want to include things like that. We need far more equitable supports for students in need that include students with disabilities, but also that includes students who are engaging in CTE courses and other courses that can't happen remotely. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention was we also talked about really focusing on K2 considerations because of how challenging it can be for our youngest kids with technology and the amount of oversight that parents need to have with their kids. So that's just a small list, but there are a lot of things that we want to improve in this upgrade of remote learning for the fall. Next slide. So within that, we did come up with 2 to 3 different main options that we wanted to consider. One of them was continuing this the secondary 7-period day, maintaining that schedule because it's hard for kids to change, and staff and adults and everything. But if we do keep a 7-period day, there are things that we would need to do to support with the amount of communication that comes from 7 different teachers, the challenge of managing all of those classes plus electives. And so we could do that. That is an option. Another option is moving to a secondary block schedule. So more similar to college, kids would take 3 to 4 classes at a time for shorter periods of time, which would make communication and management of time more manageable for them. And then the third option is more of a general idea that instead of focusing so much on whole group instruction, we wanted to be more individualized and more differentiated. And so we talked about an option where we streamline whole group instruction by using videos created by our most tech savvy instructors, but then having our classroom teachers really focus more of their time on small group instruction and individualization for students. So those are the three big options for Remote Learning 2.0. Next slide, please.
I facilitated the group on reentry, and we really came up with 2 options for reentry. And what we really did is we prioritized what are the needs of our students, families, and our staff. We recognize that we will have situations where staff and students won't feel comfortable, nor will they be able to come back due to individual circumstances related to health. And so how are we going to plan in advance for that? We also recognize we can't keep aligning our resources in the manner that we are today in order to meet the needs of our students coming in the fall. We recognize we have to front load a lot. We have to have screeners. We've got to know where kids are and meet them where they are, not where they may have been had we had a continuation of learning that was the depth of our typical. And we need to embed reteaching and review, and that would be in all of our curricular areas. We also need to look at what are some of our existing online coursework that we have, like Apex, and how could we adapt that for a broader base group to be able to meet the needs of our folks that we're serving. And then again, keeping at the forefront the social, emotional, physical, and basic needs of our families. That cannot be a side add-on. It has to be at the front end. And we have to make sure that we're clearly communicating regularly with varied constituencies in a way that meets them where they are. Next slide, please. For the reentry, we came up with 2 options. One would be where students could select based on need, whether they're in person, maybe they need to do remote learning based on their individual circumstances, or maybe they need to do a blended model, meaning they're doing some remote learning for some courses and they're doing some in-person learning for other courses. And we would prioritize those that have a legitimate health need, and then we would consider those that have an interest in pursuing that. Simultaneously, we would be looking at staff, what are their needs and who has a health need, and then who has a health or interest in potentially pursuing more of the remote online. So it would be more of a deliberate long-term choice selection instead of all making an assumption that we're going to be in person, because that's not a realistic assumption at this point. And then the second piece we talked about is you saw earlier the slides that Melissa shared that had the different scenarios that we could anticipate with the types of peaks. And we do recognize that there will be scenarios that we've got kids that may need to not be at school, may need to self-quarantine because of issues with them and or their family. So if they are self-quarantining, then we would have already a central facilitated service to be able to keep them engaged with their remote learning, so our teachers can continue to focus on the in-person learning. And we would also find ways to keep them actively engaged with their classroom and their school community, because we think that's absolutely crucial. In each of these scenarios, the remote learning would be facilitated centrally, whether it's year-long choice. So it doesn't matter what building you're from. If you want to do US history and you have that need, we'd have a central facilitated US history teacher, and also for the short term would be facilitated centrally. Next slide, please.
Okay, so for physical distancing, as I go through the contents of the feedback for the group that I facilitated, you can start to clearly see some of the overlap between the groups and some of the themes that are emerging. So there were multiple ideas that were generated from the team. The 2 that rose to the top as the ones of highest interest from this particular work team were, I would say in all cases, a hybrid model, but an option with back-to-back days. So students would then be physically physically in attendance on a Monday and Tuesday or a Thursday and Friday, or the every other day option. So that would be Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday option. I'll flesh that out a little bit in the next slide. Lots of considerations. The interesting thing about this particular work team is, in part, it's extraordinarily technical. So it's all about, we want to make sure that we can physically do this, doing audits of the buildings for space, spacing of desks, utilization of space, PPE, temperature checks, scanners, areas to quarantine if we need to. So there's this transportation, there's all of these elements that are very tactical and very logistical, but there's also this adaptive piece around how are we deploying our staff? So how are we capitalizing on the expertise of both our certificated staff and our classified staff to support a hybrid sort of learning model that enables us to both have physical distancing, meet physical distancing requirements, and meet the needs of our students and our staff and our families. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more about the options. So as I previously mentioned, in both cases, it's a hybrid model. And so you're seeing this theme once again. So it's in-person and remote learning. And again, the two top choices, there were a couple others that we discussed as a team, but the two that rose to the surface were the back-to-back option or the every other day option. Students, when not physically in person, are then accessing remote learning. The other piece that was a consistent theme from this work team as well is the option to have a fully remote online global academy or fully online option for families who, as Patty was mentioning very similarly, families who have children who cannot return or are not returning in physical space for whatever reason. And so then the last thing that I would say is there's again looking at how we're crafting the learning experience around that, and then also the physical space need. All right, next slide, please.
Thank you, Heather. So the group that I led was a group looking at a resurgence of COVID-19 at some point next year. And this group kind of, for me, really kind of epitomized that paradoxical relationship between the challenge of planning for the unknown, yet the need to plan for the unknown. And what I mean by that is we don't know when a resurgence will occur, if a resurgence will occur, what the duration will be. So this was a challenging group to facilitate because of that uncertainty. Where we landed, though, were kind of, as you can see on the right, the two kind of options or things that we feel that we need to do in the planning is shifting the calendar or adjusting the school calendar to use breaks, including summer if necessary, to make up and mitigate the loss of instructional time. So for example, if we had another outbreak where we had to close, in the fall, and we're allowed to return before winter break, we could use winter break for instruction to make up some of the lost time. If resurgence occurred later on in the winter, we could, it was after winter break, we could look at using midwinter break. And we talked about kind of a long-term closure of, a short-term closure of 3 to 5 weeks, and then a longer-term closure of more than 6 weeks. And the key thing, though, I think really where the work for this group really lies is in this need to be prepared for a transition to remote learning 2.0 in the event of another closure. Next slide. So this kind of spells out a little bit more what I just said. The one thing that, and Melissa mentioned this and at the beginning is adjusting school holidays is one thing. Another thing is the need potentially to to lengthen the instructional time during closure, knowing that, instructional time of 40% is just not going to cut it in terms of what we need to do and our commitment to our kids. And then the other thing she didn't mention is, for example, let's say we make it to winter break without a closure, the possibility of doing something like Notre Dame University did, where they're going to remain closed after Thanksgiving break, and just take that time to stay healthy and regroup. And then again, the transition to closure, if need be, is to make sure that we're very well positioned to do that. So that could be things like working with our community partners to make sure that the supports that we've really benefited from during this closure are in place, that our childcare is in place, our processes for serving kids and families food is in place, so that being prepared for the transitions is kind of a golden next step for this particular group. I believe that's the end of the slides.
One more slide.
One more slide. My apologies.
That's okay. And if you could just click again, it'll put these little paren around. If you could, there it goes. So you saw this slide at the beginning when Melissa talked about our timeline and action steps. And these two action steps in the middle are our next steps. They need to happen simultaneously, is why they are in paren. And basically what we need to do is engage other people and start moving forward with deepening these plans and just getting ready for the fall. And there will be a lot of unknown, but the thing is we need to have a plan anyway, because we need to have a grab and go plan in the event that there is a resurgence or that something does happen next year. And those kind of grab and go plans will benefit us in the event of any kind of emergency. So we that is what our next step will be. Now we're at the end of our presentation and we can open it up for questions, or Christine, I think you have an activity following this.
Well, not so much thank you, Eva. That was a lot of great information and some really great thinking in there. So I think that we have a couple of different ways we can go. We can take this collectively with the board and look at everything together, or we can go scenario by scenario and take questions on those, and then we can bring it together. The goal of this is multiple fold. The goal of this time is for the board to process with staff and understand some of the work that's being done, so that we can ask questions, ensure that we agree that it's on track with the general strategic direction for the district and what we think is important for our priorities and kids, and give feedback. And it's also just a time, this is one more of the opportunities along the process that was described, where I think it was Melissa saying we want to take this to kids and families and other stakeholders to get their feedback. We are part of that stakeholder group. So this is a time when if you have some operational feedback or ideas or questions, it's okay to put those out there and think about that. Best to make sure that we also frame it from the board space, but this is a place for you to just react and ask questions and share ideas that you have or you've heard. So that's kind of the goal. Does anyone have a strong preference about whether we do this scenario by scenario or just kind of go through and stop on each person's particular interest space?
I'd like to do scenario by scenario.
Yeah, me as well. I think you guys covered a lot of great ground. I just don't think I could give comments that would address it thoroughly. So thank you.
Great. So let's do that. Let's go scenario by scenario, but there's two things I want to do before we start that. One, there were a couple of questions being asked just for some clarification in the interim. One was about masks, and I wanted to share some information that staff has shared. First of all, there is a mask making project going on to make 5,000 masks for the district, and that information is available on the website, and you can find out all about that. The second thing I want to share information about is that the district is also ordering, in addition to making reusable masks, we're ordering lots of disposable masks to take care of certain needs and so forth. So there is a look being given to that, and we can dig deeper into it if folks have more questions. Secondly, there was something way back on one of the slides talking about a current weekly schedule, way back in the first scenario, talking about the 3 different options. And it talked about was the current weekly schedule a remote learning current schedule or 7-period day schedule, and that was referring to the current remote schedule. So that's the clarifications. And then one thing I wanted to ask Eva is, before we get started with the scenario specific, can you help us understand what we're going to do to help our community to move this whole idea of agility and flexibility, to move from one scenario to another? seamlessly so that they keep their education? Like, how are you ensuring consistent elements among the different scenarios so that if we have to move from one to another, back to one, or back to yet another, that there's less time lost and that there's more practices that are consistent?
Yeah, I wish I could say that we had this completely fleshed out, but I can talk about the idea. And the idea is, like when I said a grab and go, that remember that when we initially went to remote learning, we kept saying, not just us, but across the nation, we can't just flip a switch and go from in class and brick and mortar to online learning. We literally want to be able to just flip a switch now, because now we know we've learned a lot and we can be prepared. It will take a lot of work on our part, work over the summer and a lot of preparation, but we will be able to nearly flip a switch. The part that's tricky is that our teachers have, our staff, many of them have little kids at home as well. And so flipping a switch for them isn't as simple as it sounds. And so we have to take that into consideration. That needs to be part of our plan, but that's all a part of our data gathering. And so really, a really important next step for us, an urgent next step, is to do our after action review now. Our after action review would be now, where we would say, okay, how did it go? What are some things for us to consider? What are your barriers? And once we know those barriers, we can build that into our plan for flipping the switch, so that we have support for people, let's say, that have little kids, that maybe they're more asynchronous, you know, than synchronous. So there are ways that we can work around some of the barriers, but we really do need to have our own data set gathering and really need to do our after action now, so that we can have this sort of grab and go. And whether it's hybrid, I think what you're also asking is, if a parent needs to flip the switch because their child became ill, you know, or the parent did, and so they needed the 14-day quarantine or something like that, then how can they, then that has to be part of our plan as well. And we would assign staff to be responsible for all of those kinds of situations. We really do have to start thinking differently. And in many ways, that's actually the silver lining. This is an opportunity for us. We've been wed to one way of education for so long. Now we're forced to have to think differently, and that's okay.
Yeah, so I would just add to that, there's a lot of things that we can look at over the summer that are kind of prerequisites for going into next fall. For example, when we did the switchover, we had to, at the same time we were implementing, work through things with our teachers, right? And create a plan with our teachers. We can do that this summer as opposed to waiting. We can make sure that kids will have devices in their hands, so that if we get classroom sets, so we're not saying one-to-one for elementary kids, but if we have computers available for kids, so that if we do have to flip the switch, then they can then take those, so that we don't have to do this handing out of computers and figuring out who doesn't have one and who needs one and who's trying to share computers at home. And we can do the work around connectivity now, and try and work with the city and technology companies, so that we can make sure that people have all of those things already in place. So we're not having to get the infrastructure in place and get the schedule in place and everything else. We can, if we have that predefined, that in and of itself will help us get there faster. But there's obviously more things that we have to consider, as Eva was saying, but there are some infrastructure things that would even help us move between these kinds of models.
Thank you, Melissa and Eva. One of the things that's kind of motivating me to bring that up is folks talking about the inconsistency. And I noticed that you talked about the logistical consistency, like consistent platforms for providing work and so forth. But one of the things that happens in classrooms is kids establish routines with where to look for the work for the day, where to look for the agenda, often on a blackboard or a whiteboard or projected somewhere. And they have these routines where that helps them know what they're going to go into next and so forth. Also, they know what it looks like to do small group work and so forth. So I'm kind of wondering if there are ways that you are planning for scenarios to incorporate elements of other scenarios into the instructional model. So like having teachers get used to using some of their online resources more consistently as an and or an or for the classroom, so that the kids are used to knowing where to look, whether they're in the classroom or not, they always know online where to go, and that gets used as a tool. Or when they do small group discussions, occasionally they practice what that might look like in an online model while they're in the classroom, or know what that looks like. So those are some of the things that I'm just hoping that, in addition to being able to jump from one to the next, that the kids are, developing habits and practices that allow them to exist in multiple spaces with familiar context. So thank you for those comments. I'm just going to jump to randomly Erica and see if maybe you want to start us off with some questions on the first scenario, which I think the first was it the reentry planning? Let's just scroll down. I want to get this in the right order of the slide deck. Sorry. Well, scroll one more there. I thought it was the thing that Kelly did with all the different scenarios, but maybe I'm ahead of us.
The first scenario is remote learning 2.0, I think.
Okay, so let's go to wherever remote learning 2.0 starts in the slide deck. And Erica, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so thank you. There were a lot of things in this that really covered some of the concerns that I've heard of, that I've seen myself, and that we've discussed extensively in these meetings about like how remote learning is going. What was my question about this? I need to go back to my thing. So yeah, I wonder if you guys got to any of the specifics on like K2 considerations, especially for families that have multiple children, or really need more supports for their young kids, like what potentially that might even look like smaller remote class sizes so that the teacher has more bandwidth, or what, if you got into any details on that. Obviously it's early times. I'm just curious if you had any thoughts on it.
No, we did. We spent a significant amount of time talking about K2. One of the people in our committee is a staff member, but also has a first grader at one of our elementary schools. And she just shared how challenging it's been with everything so dependent on technology. And she explained how for her, it just took so much of her time. I mean, she felt like she was going through first grade all over again as a student, because she had to sit and watch all the videos. I mean, because had to manage her daughter throughout the whole process. And so we talked about other options, including using technology for the connection to teacher, connection to students, but not being so over reliant on technology in a way that's not attentive to student age. And we even talked about doing things like using some workbooks for some content areas where parents could then go through the workbook with their child. So we talked about a number of those options, but we did mention, we talked a lot about how difficult it is for parents who have kids who are really young to try to get on devices, but also manage screen time and things like that.
Okay, Erica, does that cover the scenario for you?
Yeah, to some extent. I expect there will be more moving forward with the number of challenges that other people are facing. As we kind of move forward on this, I expect that we'll see more details. Thanks.
I guess,
yeah, sorry,
Erica,
I'm not asking, when I ask if the board members' questions, if you're set, I am not implying that you are feeling like, okay, I guess we're all set, we've got everything covered. I just want to make sure that the questions on this presentation at this moment are getting answered. Yes. Carolyn, do you want to jump in?
Sorry.
I think we might have a technical difficulty there. Carolyn, I'm just going to give another second, and otherwise we'll come back to you in a minute. Are you able to chime in? Or? Oh, yes, great.
Please come back in a minute.
Okay, no trouble. Yeah. Okay. So Francine.
Okay. So thanks for this. I guess my overall comment is that I appreciated Eva's comment about saying that this is an opportunity for us to really think differently. That what what opportunities do we have to go beyond just tinkering at the margins? And so, with respect to that, I think for the remote learning 2.0, we have to remember that what we have now, remote learning 1.0, was kind of
Hello?
that the leap might be a lot bigger. So I appreciate definitely the idea of doing the common platform. I think standards-based grading could be a significant and really important and critical piece there. But what I would ask for, I guess, throughout this document is also some definitions, and maybe a glossary or something in the back, because I want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing when we say something like standards-based grading. And when I think about blended learning, that was brought up several times, my idea of blended learning, I want to make sure that what I'm thinking of as blended learning is what everyone else is thinking about too. Because I think for some, it just means taking what worked in a brick and mortar classroom and using digital tools, as opposed to really using our digital capabilities in a way to enhance learning beyond just transferring what used to be on paper into an electronic medium. And so things like that, I think, are really important to make sure that when we are designing remote learning 2.0, if that's the way we go, or if we need to shift there, as in John's presentation at the end, that everyone agrees what that means. So that's a lot of my comments around that. I appreciate the idea that, again, with like K2, but perhaps for other grades too, that not everything needs to be digital, that there's value in determining how we might be using workbooks or other materials. And I think a lot of that input will come from the community. I think with this consideration, I didn't see it anywhere in the presentation, and I don't know if it's too detailed, but what childcare might look like going forward. So there's, in this scenario, there's the hybrid model scenario too. What happens to kids who aren't coming to school on those days if they can't be at home? And I'm not sure if that's going to be reliant on some of the OSPI and busing regulations and things like that. But if there's anything there, so I have more stuff, but I'll just stop there, and some of the other ones will come up in the other areas too.
Can I think those are all great questions, Francine. We are just not that far along in all of the details, frankly. I mean, we get that there's issues with kids in school 2 days a week and then not, because, teachers even have students, right? So what do they do with their kids that can only come 2 days a week? And how do we meet all those basic needs? And so there are a lot of questions that absolutely need to be answered for sure. And we need to get down and into the weeds to get them kind of figured out, because we just are not there. I worry about transportation. How do you get kids on the bus with distance and everything else? So there's a lot of things we got to work through.
Thanks, Francine. Seema, do you want to jump in?
Sure. I guess I think just trying to respond to all the different things I heard is, for me, kind of too hard. I just heard a number of things that I think were really just impressive in terms of the the number of ways under each rubric, each work stream. I just heard a lot of ideas that I thought really seemed to factor in and synthesize just an abundance of information from a health as well as educational standpoint, and kind of just a life practical standpoint. So I value all that and thought it was very impressive. Many of the things I'm thinking about as a parent as well as a board member and community member. I think the one thing that struck me particularly, I think it might have been John Harrison when he was talking about, what absolutely makes sense, is that, you know, it goes back to the agility. Like, we can't, there's certain variables here we can't control. We can't control, you know, general health. We can't control leadership, like edicts from, you know, any given, you know, leader who could have impact on our choices. So the one thing that I don't want to say I worry about, but I just want to have a work back plan. We have a month left before everybody kind of quote unquote goes away, although practically everybody's going to be sitting exactly where we've been in front of our devices for the next 3 or 4 months. But as a practical matter, a lot of people will be happy, especially those with little kids, to not have to, you know, be teaching them. So we have an opportunity to let our community know the fact that we may be entertaining, we likely will be entertaining models that could mean that our traditional calendar is all provisional on some level, even though we're going to take several weeks and months to get input from our stakeholders and all the rest, and we want to refine a really great plan that we roll out. That plan will by definition have tons of optionality within it. And so where I'm going is, I think sooner rather than later, let's find the right way to communicate with the broader community before this school year is over, what we're going to be working on, by what time we'll roll it out, and the fact that no matter what we roll out, there will be a lot of pivot points. And so that people can know your holiday calendar, regardless of what plans you may have, our school may have to shift within that. A lot of the traditional ways that we've been operating will have to bend for us to be able to deliver on the one thing everybody wants, which is education as well as health and safety. And so I think the sooner we communicate that, the better, even if it's well before we've landed on a, I guess what I'll call final plan. So that was my main takeaway, I think, that I can share here.
Bye.
Thanks, Seema. Oh, wait, is there some, Carolyn, ready?
Well, I never know. I'm having technical difficulties of a different sort. It's 110 degrees out, and the house air conditioners are only bringing it down to about 80, and Dad's blasting PBS NewsHour in the other room. So, anyway, I want to second kind of what Seema was saying. I'm getting a lot of questions, even as we're speaking. People are texting me and saying, you know, I think they were expecting more details, which we kind of can't have right now, but there is a concern that we're not thinking about kind of the dual language programs in some of these schedules that we're discussing just now. But I think that's perhaps more detailed than we got into, but people are worrying about that. And yeah. And then the thing I was worried about, or I was thinking, I like some of these things, and I wonder whether we'll wind up even with that flexibility combining some of these things, where you have, you know, the ability to kind of move in and move out of online versus in person. And was the thing that the sort of the blocks, where maybe that would facilitate that more. So kids could focus on a smaller number of things and be able to flip and back and forth, but the flipping point might not neatly line up with, you know, the end of the quarter or whatever. Anyway, so those are the things that, the thoughts that have been jogged in my mind by this discussion. But I think we're going in the right direction, but the devil is in the details. We might wind up, you know, combining.
Okay, thank you for that. So Any comments from Ivan or Eva or
Yeah.
Melissa about that? Oh, thank you. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's hard. I just feel like I'm talking forever without feedback because of the way the technical problems are going.
You're coming through really clearly, Carolyn. So no one on our end, we're hearing you.
Okay. All right.
So thank you. Yeah, I'll just add that, for the communication standpoint, we last week in the message we sent out on the weekly message, we did start to lean into, what we're planning for the fall. We have a part of the website where we added a page around there around what we're starting to think about and just what some of the priorities are. And then we have a couple hours blocked, I know, in the morning tomorrow so that we can fine tune the message based on what we talked about today. So we definitely will be sharing more around what we are sharing with all of you tonight to the community tomorrow.
All right, so I have a couple of questions on this scenario as well, and they are some pretty quick ones. One is the reverse teaching videos. The idea of a reverse classroom is something that we did a lot of experimentation with at Sammamish a couple of years back. And I'm kind of wondering, this idea of creating shared videos for lecture style or dissemination of information style learning, and then having teachers do their instruction as more of a small working group with kids. Are we going to, first of all, use resources we already have developed for that? And secondly, my understanding is there's a fair number of online resources already available for many subject matters on that, instead of having our teachers need to create those. Are we looking to utilize any of that for kids to watch, or are we thinking that we're going to self-create all of that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We didn't flesh out the details of that, and we have to be really careful about that. We put that down as a recommendation, but we wanted to be very cautious and careful about it, because in some cases that could be really hard for kids to try to watch a video and learn, and then not get support until they have their, weekly or bi-weekly small group instruction. But the idea is that the general idea is that we would use the video resources that we have, whether it's created by some of our master remote learning teachers who know how to really create engagement with their videos, or to use other videos like Khan Academy or something that's pre-made, that's really high quality based on the standards, so that our teachers across the district can then really focus on individualization and small group. And in some cases, it wouldn't necessarily be just that the teachers are doing small group like tutoring sessions, but it could be that they're doing small group instruction and then the video is still a resource. But we hadn't fleshed out all the details, but we did talk about leveraging the resources as much as possible. That was kind of the idea behind that.
Thank you. That's helpful. Oh, go ahead.
I just thought of something though, particularly for juniors and seniors. I just remember one of our counseling staff told me once, in sort of in confidence, that she felt that a lot of the way we teach K-12 doesn't prepare kids for college, where they're going to have to go to big lecture halls and then go to those breakout sessions with the teaching assistant, which is, what this would be with the video. So I wouldn't want to do that to everyone and just have them sink or swim, but it might be appropriate in some of the classes to get kids ready for college.
Actually, the research on it shows that it's actually different than that. It's actually a bit better for kids, because the breakout sessions are not tutorial sessions. They're designed to do active engagement with the material. And so you don't spend your class time when you're together with your expert, having the expert just talk at the kids. You give that time to the expert to actually interact with small groups who are doing things. And so it is not just a college level thing. The research is pretty clear that the reverse classroom does have some benefits if executed with certain must-haves or fidelity to that. Kelly, is that consistent with what you know?
Yeah, I think what you said is right. It's if things are done really well. So there just has to be intention. And one of the things that's not in this slide, but there's just a lot of professional development that needs to happen this summer in order to launch some of these things. So if we were to do some of them for 2.0, it relies on significant amount of professional development around best practices for using videos, for how to conduct effective small group instruction and things like that. But that's
that
right.
actually is a perfect segue into my second question, which I guess is more complicated than I was thinking. And that is, we have some pretty aspirational things that we want to shift in the next 3 months. Things like, let's move to standards-based grading, which, we've done that in some courses at some schools, and it's taken a year or more in most cases to actually get that off the ground, to do that training for teachers, et cetera. So how are we ensuring that with multiple instructional shifts at the same time? So we're talking about potential use of reverse classroom instruction, talking about the grading based on standards. There are other practices we're going to be talking about in terms of engagement and best practices of online learning and how we engage. How do we make those accessible to teachers, and how do we prioritize the pieces of them that get us the biggest bang, instead of trying to implement 7 new practices with perfect fidelity from the start of next school year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the challenge, and we've been working with Sharon Couts and her team because they're ready to go with planning and developing professional learning in collaboration with our teachers in the schools. They just need us to make decisions on exactly what upgrades and things we want to focus on. We don't want to over-focus, and like standards-based grading, we've been talking about that for years and years and years. I mean, but I think the thing that that Dr. Duran said once, and that we're experiencing right now, is that COVID-19 is forcing rapid change. I mean, there are things that we just never thought we'd be able to do, and are having to do it by necessity overnight. And so this might be the opportunity to look at standards-based grading and actually get it done. Or, using, like we were talking about, like the essential learning standards, like just teaching based on standards is something that we've been working on ever since standards were created. And it's always been somewhat challenging to implement with fidelity. But as we're seeing, like trying to go from remote to brick and mortar back to remote, if we're not grounded in the standards, it's really hard to make that transition quickly. And so one of the big changes that we're hoping to do is to really upgrade, to take the essential learning standards that we've been building, but then to really align them to high quality videos, to sample problems, creating like a course syllabus for each of our grade level courses and content areas, so that teachers can use that in the brick and mortar. But if we have to close school that very next day because somebody gets sick, that we can immediately switch because we're following the same course syllabus, and we have all of those resources already lined up. So these changes are huge, but I think this opportunity is just really tremendous in having us make those changes.
Thank you so much. That's thoughtful and exciting, actually. So I'm really excited to hear about that. And I think part of the deal will come in, like you said, we don't always know how we're executing on things in the feedback loops. And this may be a time where we also make the change of introducing more student and family feedback that is specific to a classroom, like in the moment as things are going, so that teachers have that tool to know what's working and what's not working, and helping them find ways to put that feedback cycle into play might be one of the things we can help with and support, not as a condemning measure, but more as a tool so that our teachers have that feedback cycle available if they're changing rapidly to them. All right, shall we go to the next scenario and maybe start this time with Carolyn?
I did have one more, a couple things on the remote learning. So I'm really glad that you brought up the flipped classroom type of idea, because it was kind of halfway between this scenario and the next one. And so it's great to hear Kelly's thoughts on that. The other thing that was kind of on the next slide, so I hadn't mentioned it as much, was there's talk about the block schedule for secondary students. And then I had posted in the chat, like, what did it mean current schedule? Was that compared to remote or what was previous? And so I do want to emphasize again that the schedule that we ended up with remote learning 1.0 and what we're doing now isn't necessarily ideal. So to say, oh, let's just keep that because it's kind of been working so far, I would caution against just making that assumption that that would be the way to go, and we're tweaking the other things, albeit as we just had the discussion, those could be quite large and really important shifts like the standard-based grading, which I cannot emphasize enough that I think it's really important in order for us to know what students are learning. Both the students, it's important for them, it's important for their families, it's important for the teachers. And then as we go into a new year, especially, this year the teachers had the luxury of already knowing their students and vice versa, whereas in the fall, that is not necessarily the case. And so really having that information is really important. So with the block schedule idea, I know that these are just initial thoughts that are being put down. I would hope that in the community input that the data is being gathered. I know there are some classes that are already in block, and that what lessons are being learned there, but also for the classes that aren't, would they actually work in a block setting? I mean, right now there are some classes they only get on for 10-15 minutes of their hour or not at all. So then what does it mean if a student is taking that as a block and that's their entire course for the week or 3 weeks, if that's one of the scenarios that are there. So just really taking that into account, that some may work and some may not. And then there was that point about the consider making electives optional. So what does that mean? I know we don't know what kind of waivers we're getting from OSPI, but for students also who maybe not just electives optional, but they chose electives that aren't translating well to remote learning, do they have the option to take something else? A lot of them selected those electives before we shut down, and now they'll be taking them next year. And some of those electives we can see so far, they have not translated well. Maybe there'll be some fantastic work over the summer and they'll translate better in the fall, but if they don't, what are we offering those students? So that's just more food for thought.
Just real quick about the schedule. So just so you know, we had lots of conversations about the schedule. These potential options are less about the schedule, but like how many classes kids are taking at one time. Because we did find lots of different holders had challenges with the schedule. I think it was the best that we could come up this spring, sure. But there were a lot of things that we would do differently about the schedule. Some of it was not tight enough for kids, and some of it was too tight for kids who couldn't manage to be on during the scheduled time. So we have a lot of work to do around engaging stakeholders on what kind of a schedule would be the most supportive for them. But so I just wanted to say that resonates with what we were working on. This was more, how many classes can we expect our kids to take in the remote learning setting at the same time that would help them with like managing their time? Because I think back to college, we only took 3 or 4 classes at a time, but to try to manage 7, it just is super challenging. So that was more around what we were talking about.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to take a quick question from Seema, and then we're going to jump in and take a comment from Jeff Thomas.
Oh, did I have my time for this?
Carolyn, we haven't actually moved to the third one. The second scenario, we've stopped and gone backwards because I missed that there were some folks who had comments.
I did want to say, I got some stuff on electives and so forth from parents. Just connects up to what Francine was saying. We need to work on the communication, because when we don't communicate, we don't communicate things. We have a vacuum and people are speculating. And I get that we haven't been working on that to that level of the electives, more like will it be a block schedule or not. But parents are very worried about the electives. I've been hearing things. And one thing is there's concern that their kids may have chosen an elective that we are going to get guidelines from state or whatnot that you just can't hold, like choir.
Those are great questions. I think the thing we want to avoid tonight is spending too much time. If the answer is we don't have information on that yet, it is or is not on our radar. We don't want to keep taking those comments. So we can maybe just get the whether or not it's on the radar or whether or not they've just added it to the radar, and then move on. Is anyone able to comment on whether or not that is something that's under consideration?
Christine, this is Melissa. There's a lot of things on the radar. Like, you've got choir, we've got music classes in elementary schools. We know that from a safety perspective, there are some issues with that. So we got a lot of those things that we're going to have to work through. We've got hands-on classes, like, and safety concerns there, like automotive and other things. So electives are definitely on our radar. We do not have answers for them at this time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great.
All right, so then we're going to go and jump with a question from Seema and a comment from Jeff, and then I think if all is good, we'll move to the second scenario, and I think that we'll speed up because a lot of stuff is probably being front-loaded in these questions.
Yeah, so I wonder if my question is intersects with where Jeff was going to go, but just at a high level, I was thinking about the conundrum and the challenge Melissa was talking about with you know, the very hard situation any given teacher might be put in, where on a given day or days they may not be available to teach in any fashion, whether it's online or in person. And I was wondering if, and maybe this has to do with reimagining how we teach and not thinking that we will use in a year that will at best be a triage way of educating. Can we reconsider what teachers do to reach every student? If there is enough commonality across a particular grade or a set of standards across, let's say, AP curriculum, can one or more teachers essentially teach a section or a module, and they would cover it not for their own class, but maybe for multiple classes. And then the teacher who has a set of 30 students or 20 students, their engagement is not in the lecture style, but in kind of almost like a one-to-one check-in, which could serve both as social, emotional, and other things. And I don't know, I wondered if, and I assume you guys are already thinking about that, if that's a way to both create maybe a different and more enhanced way of teaching, but which benefits students, but also a little more flexibility and air cover teacher to teacher if somebody just can't, cover for a week. Their students don't suffer, and maybe they have a chance to also take care of the needs they have at home. So that may be where Jeff was going or not, I'm not sure.
Actually, then we'll have Jeff jump in, but I think that's a really great set of questions, and I'm going to tack a tiny bit onto it if we can just get whether or not we're also just thinking in general of different teaching models that distribute the work in different ways, since we have a more flexible way to share classrooms, or we may have some more flexible ways to share classrooms. Because I think the point that Seema is raising about that teacher not being available for certain things under certain circumstances is something we should be flexible for. So if we can answer Seema's question overall and then just speak in general to variations in the pattern of matching students to teachers the way we have versus changing that a little bit or having flexibility, that'd be great.
Maybe I'll start and then people can jump in, but that's what we're thinking for the remote learning team. When we talked about creating course syllabus for our classes and then compiling videos from our best teachers, I mean, what we were thinking about was like if we had calculus classes across our city, that we'd be able to compile the best of what we have from our teachers, and that way, because we are still going to be in a global pandemic, and so we talked about doing that so that when if something happens to the teacher, we'll still have the content and be able to access the content for the students. And then we can be more flexible with teachers getting online with kids to provide support. But we do have a really great opportunity to do that kind of cross-district collaboration by content area. Sorry, Jeff, were you going to chime in?
I was, but it's actually very much related. And Seema, your comment / question is right aligned with that. We're at a place right now where this is the greatest single change for what it means to be a teacher in decades. So the underlying of all of this is that we're going to have to redefine what a teacher is in the post-COVID-19 world. And we don't have the luxury of spending 2 years to study and figure that out. So how that relates is we're going to have to do the real work within all the work teams and then figure out what's the impact regarding the negotiation structures and processes that we're going to have to deal with that. And so from my end, I think it's really helpful all along the way that we absolutely have a coordinated effort on those key points that we need to move the organization differently in that alignment. So I'm actually, for me, really excited about being able to recreate what does it mean to be a teacher. And absolutely, we might have different kinds of teachers in terms of how we deploy them and what that one-on-one work looks like. I mean, we're doing it in a triage point now, but we have to go and do it much more deliberately. So I'm really excited, but we just need to realize that we are going to be recreating what it means to be a teacher.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Seema, I think that point is really great, because I do think we actually were talking a little bit about this on Monday, because thinking about different staff that could still be in the vulnerable groups that may really struggle with actually being able to come back to the brick and mortar, and so what could we do differently in that space? And then I also feel like some of the things that we've learned about like how we're supporting our seniors right now and all that work that's happened, the way that we've been able to redeploy some of our staff to really provide some different level of support, which has been very new for so many of our staff members, but it's been really effective. So I do think it's both for our educators and so for some of our other staff. So comment is well received, but I think it's something that we're going to have to be thinking about.
All right, thank you, Seema, for raising that. I think there's a lot to it. I don't think we're going to unpack it all here, but it's great to get that out and see where the thinking is. Let's go ahead and move to re-entry, I think is the next scenario. And Carolyn, do you want to kick us off with questions on this scenario?
No.
No trouble. Let's see. Then next, Francine, maybe?
Okay, so I think we touched on some of them. One of the questions let's put it this way. I understand why the in-person / or remote learning, it says registration is for the full year. I understand the logistic behind that statement, but in terms of what our students might need or their mental health, it may not be an all or none type of thing. There may be certain aspects that some students are actually in this remote learning environment. Some of the pressures of going into the building have been alleviated, and yet they are still missing some of the aspects that are important to them, and that might be, for example, through activities. And so I would just caution that it might be most expedient if this were the option that's chosen to say it's a 100% or none, but that there could be other options, that maybe the students still can access activities or athletics or some of the other things that would go on, or potentially certain electives that might be better in person. So that was my main, I think, new comment for this particular option.
Thank you for that, Francine. So just to clarify, a student could actually choose to, based on need and health and circumstances, enroll in full remote learning, full in-person learning, or partial. So potentially you could have a student that says, like, I'm in jazz band at 0 hour. That is my lifeline. I want to be able to do the jazz band with these parameters in place for safety if it's a health related issue. which would be the highest priority of placement. And then we would try for interest second. And then they might say, and I'm an artist, I want to be an AP art, I've been pursuing that. And so maybe they could do that second period, and maybe third period, they're in a world language class. That's a sequential class and they're in the higher level world language. And then the rest of their day, they may choose to do the remote, which would be more centrally facilitated. And the in-person would be at the schoolhouse. And regardless if they chose full remote, they are still part of the school community, meaning they can access those varied parts. We just want to make sure that first and foremost, we're taking into account safety and meeting them where they're at, and putting that as the highest priority.
Can I jump in, because I have a question that kind of relates. So interesting. I didn't register that partial remote and partial in person was an option, but regarding the locked in, whatever you choose, you're locked in for the full school year. I would also like to caution against it, but for a different reason. As everything changes, we might have a surge of COVID in September, but then it's completely gone by December, and then those kids are going to continue the remote learning or whatever for the full school year. But that also is a burden on the families, on their parents, in addition to the social emotional part. And I'd really like to, one of our real emphasis has been on a culture of service, and I'd like to make sure that we're really serving our kids and families in the best way we can, not just what sort of is easiest logistically.
Yeah, one of the key considerations is having to be able to flex, what are those needs, meet those first. And that includes staff as well, because we will have staff that will not be able to nor feel comfortable coming into a building at that time frame, and then continuing to weigh that, because our staff we sign contracts and we make commitments to them, so we would have to continue to balance those pieces. And as in any situation, we recognize there's unique extenuating circumstances, and it's really important to hear the stories from these families and from the students.
Can somebody tell me what slide we're on? My Teams crashed, and then it told me that my BSD logon was locked to prevent misuse.
So we finished the slide deck, but right now we're looking at the part on reentry. So we're on slide 10 for the that's the first slide for the section of reentry. So
okay, yeah.
Erica, any more questions on this section?
Not right now, thanks.
Okay, Seema?
Sorry, just 1 second. I actually wanted to just build on and echo a little bit what Erica was just saying. And I wondered, meaning if I hear Erica's point and I also hear Patty's, I understand that we wouldn't be able to have a rolling basis. Today I'm liking this, but tomorrow I'd like to pivot to that. I recognize that, but maybe as you create and think through longer term plans, maybe it could almost be like whatever selection you make, you'll have to live with it for the quarter, and we can revise as best we can line up our staff, quarter by quarter. And maybe we create an expectation of that level of sort of turnaround. And if we're able to do better, we will. Anyway, that's the only comment I had, building on the exchange that you two have.
Thank you.
All right, and then Francine.
Well, I think I
have my list, and I think I got off list.
Well, it's okay. I did have one more thing, because I think it's for all of these, but it's listed most prominently under this one, which is the solicit and prioritize student, family, and staff needs. And so I just wanted to hear from staff a little bit how we were planning to do that. I know the surveys have been administered, and I'm glad that we're getting input that way. I still continue to have a lot of concerns about the data that we're actually getting through those surveys, because I don't think it's granular enough. So I wanted to know how we're going to be getting this input.
So one of the things that we talked about keeping in mind that this was high level, not the detail. It's more the what, not the how. We did talk about this would necessitate for sure. We would have to go back to the registration process, and we'd have to find a way for folks to be able to have the opportunity to self-identify and to say, hey, this is where I'm at. And so that would be through multiple venues, including surveys, but surveys are just superficial during the first fell swoop. And we really need to get much more opportunities intimately for our families to be able to have that kind of discussion and dialogue. But it would necessitate actually redoing the registration process and the master scheduling and things, which we'd be willing to do, obviously, if this was a direction we were ahead.
All right, so that's, I guess, specifically for, do you want, which model do you want to be? I guess just generally, because I'm not sure where to ask it, but for all of these, how are we going to get input from all of our stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the next stages after we start getting the input is, which as you saw on Eva's last slide, that's the next stage where we're headed. And we're looking at going from more of these high level teams to more planning and implementation. And that does include the engagement piece. So that has yet to be decided.
Yeah,
that's our specificity.
And add on that, in part of the design process we have there, and where we are, we've talked about doing the after action review and design work, expanded to include family, students, and staff. So we do have a plan to be able to be getting some feedback from our constituents around these areas and what we're thinking about right now. We haven't fleshed out exactly what that's going to look like, but it's definitely something that is part of our plan.
Okay. Were there any other board questions? Because I'll jump in with one or two here. One of mine was related to what we were just talking about, and I just wondered if you couldn't at least limit the sign up for that to a semester. I wasn't even looking for the flexibility of like moving in and out of the remote the space. I mean, we have the in and out of the remote space because there's a short-term one, but that long-term one, yeah, if there's a way to at least semesterize that, it might be nicer.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's, semester, that's a more natural breaking point. And it'll be like balancing, like you do a master schedule every time with the staff in that position and with the students in that position. So, and we have yet to even do an assessment to determine how many students would opt for one of the three options, whether that's remote, in person, or a mix, and for what purposes.
Great. So I wonder if we could, in response to a question that Francine asked and following up with something I mentioned earlier, I know that Kelly Aramaki, who's coordinating some of the survey efforts, is pretty open to making those as useful as he can. I know that he's talking to the superintendent and others. Ivan, would it be a good starting point if the board has particular things they want to be able to understand and want to make sure that staff has access to during this process? Could we just each send you directly or you and Eileen our feedback, and then if you guys see that it has a lot of there's just too much, it's not feasible or it doesn't converge, then we could have more of a conversation about it in at next week's meeting or something. But at least to just get that started so that folks feel like they can ask, like, hey, are you going to find out about this, and this, or is that something we could do?
Yeah, that'd be great if people sent that to me and Eileen directly. Then we could work with Kelly and the team overall to really think about what we want to do, because we want to definitely use the survey to get information. I think we've been gathering some good information, so I'd like to know a little bit more around what more at the granular level we would do to gather that input. So yeah, I'd definitely be happy to receive that. But then I also just want to say that as we go through this process, I think the after action review and giving opportunities for constituents, family, students to be able to weigh into this going to be really important too. I think that's actually where we're going to probably get some of the most information. So definitely we'll take some of the feedback on on what we can do to enhance the survey, but no, we also have that plan for the after action review.
That's great. And the way that we're constructing this is it's suggestive and bringing things to your attention for you to consider and weigh with everything else. It's not a board directive because it's just information and suggestions that board members as individuals will share.
Yeah, and I think that, as part of that after action review, I think is, what we've been really working on over these last, I think Jeff today said 54 days, if I was right, is, also ensuring that we are going into the community to hear from, all of our groups to make sure we're getting a really solid voice and perspectives, multiple perspectives is something that we want to make sure that we have. So we will definitely have that included in some of our after action work to make sure that all voices are being heard during this time.
Okay, great. So so I sort of in my head have adjusted the time allocations for everything. So we're doing fine. I think we could move to physical distancing. If we can finish up the comments and questions on the scenarios by 7:15, 7:20, I think we will be okay for this meeting to get all the business done that needs to be done. So if we could get the comments now on physical distancing and maybe start with Francine on that.
Okay, so we got two main comments. I guess it'll be one of those that might be easier to see once there is a schedule, once this is fleshed out a little bit more, because it does seem that it is not just physical distancing, it really is the hybrid model that I think is under the big blue title. Then there's those green boxes that indicate that there's hybrid, and yet it's not really clear. Does that mean that they do those flipped classroom and then they're doing the lab work and discussion based in the classroom? Like, what's really going on with that? I would say with a cursory look at it, and just I mapped out a little schedule, that the Monday, Tuesday option seems to be potentially more useful from a public health standpoint. So if it continues to be that buildings would be shut down when a case were identified, then it's not just the building, but it's the cohort that's there. And so if you have them on consecutive days rather than every other day, and you reopen to that same cohort and the other cohort lost out, I'm not sure if that's exactly clear, but it would seem to make more sense that way. So that was one comment. And then the other is, as this is fleshed out, it is a detail, but if we are still considering that there's the hybrid model and they're streaming, I wonder how teachers in masks would effectively stream the lessons. And so just kind of, it's a detail, and yet it does, the success does hinge on being able to master not only new technology, but a new way of doing things and expression, and there's a lot behind that. So I know there's a lot of talk about this in the news and doing something like this, and yet it does seem that there needs to be a lot more detail put into it to make it succeed. Otherwise, it's just compounding, I think, the challenges of both models.
Yeah, thank you, Francine, for the input. A couple of thoughts and then a couple of clarifications. So just emphasizing again that with all of these models, the intention was not to have at this stage of the game, so to speak, every single detail worked out. There are a lot of considerations and things that will need to be worked out. Again, the purpose was getting the big ideas and the best thinking from the members of the team. And so there's sort of this tension there that you find between everybody's waiting from the guidance from OSPI, and we're hoping it'll be out on the 8th. And there's this, everybody's wondering the granularity and the specificity of that feedback. When the grading feedback came out, we thought that it was going to be very general. And in fact, it wound up being quite specific. So to that end, these 4 teams are tasked with coming up with the big ideas and then beginning to get feedback on that. And then we'll dovetail that with the guidance that will come from OSPI hopefully soon. The other clarification I think might be helpful would be that when it comes to physical distancing, this work team overlaps intricately with every other work team, with potentially the exception of just fully online learning. And so with regard to how they would be streaming and what exactly the structure of the remote learning would look like, this team didn't get too far into the weeds with that piece, but rather it was focused on how can we set up our physical spaces so that we can have essentially about half of our students on campus at a time, while the other half are able to simultaneously engage in a remote learning experience. And so they came up with a couple ideas to that end. And then within that, I just want to emphasize, and I know Jeff talked about it a little bit, and so has Patty, how we're going about deploying staff. So the idea is that if a teacher has group A on Monday, Tuesday, and then group B on Thursday, Friday, then those students on the other days are accessing remote learning via other staff. And so this is where we have a really creative opportunity to think about our staff who may be really well suited to working in a fully remote environment, and how we're capitalizing on our classified staff who may be providing the remote portion of the learning. The teacher, in fact, will be in person on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. So it wasn't so much that the teacher in person would be live streaming their instruction. It was that we would have the kids physically on campus 2 days a week, and then we would be pairing that with a remote learning experience. So hopefully that piece is helpful, but again, it wasn't there. I didn't ask them to get down into, with the remote learning, what exactly that would look like until we have a little bit more clarity around the direction that we're going, and then we will have implementation teams. But for rapid design, they were tasked with the big ideas. So hopefully that is helpful.
Thank you, Heather and Francine. So, Erica, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I didn't have too many questions about this part. The only thing I would say is that given the 2 days a week options for both or whatever, that we either ask families their preferences or get some kind of feedback. And I'm not saying that we obligate ourselves to maintain it, but get some kind of feedback if we can to really try to best serve our families in this way. And that we take into consideration siblings.
Yeah, we received a communication about that. And I think one of the things that's going to be really tricky is, I don't know how many students we have in our district who have siblings also in the district, but I know parents are concerned that if we're on a partial schedule, they are really looking for us to align those schedules. And I don't know, have you guys looked into that? How feasible is it?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, Erica and Christine both, and we have already peripherally gotten some feedback from families that have multiple children around, whatever direction we wind up going forward with, how we're supporting them and coordinating their schedules. So as we go through the family survey process, that will be a piece that we'll most certainly want to gather some specific input around for our families. And then Erica, to your question around the option, I think, and you might not have been going there, but the option around, because physical distancing, this group did also have as a through line, if you will, to provide a fully remote opportunity for families who may elect for that. So, and then that dovetails with Patty's work group. So that was a recommendation from this group as well. And the other piece that I just might add to that would be both feedback from our parents, which is critical, and also our staff. So working with our teaching staff and our classified staff around how many of them are interested in being in a fully remote environment all the time, how many of them need to be due to health constraints, and how many of them would prefer to be in a brick and mortar environment. And so it's a feedback loop on both sides, I would say.
All right, thank you. Erica, anything else?
No, not right now, thanks.
Okay, Seema?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry, it takes me a while to hit the button. Sorry.
Of course. Carolyn.
Yeah, hi. So the physical distancing is something that concerns me. I think the masks will make me a little less worried, but I think early on in this pandemic, everybody was focused on the fomites, the things that were going to be on the surfaces, and we thought that was the main way, and wash your hands and everything. And the more I'm reading and so forth, it seems like there's more information coming out on really this disease being passed more in a face-to-face encounter. So then we have to worry about basically aerosols and ventilation. And so I'm wondering whether are we able to do anything. We were talking about having classes outside would be a great way to have some ventilation, but you can't do that for everything year round. What about doing is there some way like, putting HEPA filters in the HVAC systems if they're not already there? And I'm also thinking that we might very well have some article come out that tells us that the 6 feet is not the right distance, that it should be further. Only because it seems like it's hard to figure out how they came up with the 6 feet, and there's some science that seems to be moving around that. So something that could happen. So I was really, really struck by that choir that got sick north of us, and the fact that somewhere in the fine print of the article that was written up on the choir, they were in a room the size of a volleyball court, and they were 6 feet apart. I mean, obviously they were singing, and we won't be doing singing because we know it's risky, but apparently shouting, speaking loudly, there's been studies on even certain letters of the alphabet create more possibility of contagion. A lot of things to think about in physical distancing. So I guess my main thing is don't be surprised if those guidelines change.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Carolyn. And that is something that we need to continue to watch and incorporate into anything that we do moving forward. I will say about our ventilation systems, we set those to certain standards in terms of how much air they move out of the buildings in any given period of time. And we can change those so that they run 24 hours a day. They do all have filters in them. I don't know what type of filters, so that's definitely something for me to continue to work with Jack and our facilities and maintenance folks on. But we are, for example, at Stevenson, and when we had childcare at Lake Hills, we already modified the schedule for airflow in those buildings so that there was more fresh air coming in and air was circulating out at a certain rate. And I don't have all those details, but I know that we've already done some of that to best support those environments today. So.
Well, great. I feel like I just needed to talk about it and that to make sure that that's something that everyone is considering, the ventilation.
Sounds like that one is on the radar, so that is a good thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for raising it. I think it's important, not just like, I'm sure staff is thinking about many things that we aren't even going to bring up tonight, but the more things we're able to surface in this discussion, the better it is, that because we're forming a common understanding, and also our community gets to hear it if they're listening to the meeting, and then we as ambassadors to the community, when we're talking to folks, we have more answers. So I think the more that gets surfaced, the better. So I will just throw in my quick question on this, which is there any consideration, you might have said this, but I just don't remember hearing it, of some kids wouldn't be on a half-half schedule? Some portion of our kids would be on a full schedule in building? If there were some needs that could only be met on site for some kids, or if there was some compelling reason that we had to, for a particular population or subpopulation or something, or even just specific kids, would we consider that? Is that on the table at all?
Yeah, thank you, Christine. I didn't mention that, and it was something that the group talked about quite a bit. around if we have particular groups of students that we feel like need to be on campus more based on need. And we stopped short of getting too far down the road in mapping that until we have, because as Melissa mentioned, we're in the process of doing an audit of all of our buildings right now in just terms of physical space and overall capacity. And then if we did a half-half, you know, can we fit all the bodies in the building? And then if we needed to prioritize a higher degree of physical presence for some groups of students over others, then just down to planning where exactly would we put them. It was something that was brought up for particularly vulnerable populations or perhaps our youngest populations as well. We didn't get too far into the nitty-gritty, if you will, of planning, but it was definitely something that was brought up as part of the conversation of the group.
Okay, that is really helpful. I think I would just encourage, like, you probably already a given, but I just want to put it out there anyway. The discussions are necessarily in all of these places going to be very logistical and very feasibility oriented in nature. And I think that if there's any way in each exercise that's done and in each discussion that's done, to go back and say, what does it take to meet the needs of our kids? Are there any kids that this scenario just does not meet their needs? And so that's when we have to say, well, it might not be feasible under this scenario to serve them, then maybe we need to adjust the scenario or whatever. So it might be a very small number. As you said, there are different populations to consider. And then there's also the consideration that many of our students who require in-person services are very in vulnerable positions health-wise as well. And so, you know, you have to balance that out. So I understand there are a lot of considerations. I just ask that I know that everyone's intent is in the right place. I just that there be some part of the process that always brings it back to, and maybe it's the critical criteria. Like maybe the question is, when will these scenarios be run through the critical criteria that we say, are there any kids who will be marginalized by this? Will there be any kids whose needs are not met by this? And how do we involve all the stakeholders in creating that plan? Is there a plan to put critical criteria to this specifically?
I feel like some. Go ahead.
I was just saying yes in that first or second slide. Well, actually, the last slide shows it as well. The stages. Can you flash that up? I think it was slide right there. If you look at the slide to the far right, the last stage, as the designs are refined and strengthened with guidance from critical criteria, in addition to OSBI and state health departments.
Yeah, and I'll also say that from the very beginning with the design process, we didn't include this in the presentation, but there was a real focus around thinking about our design process from an equity lens and equity focus. So from the very beginning, when these groups, when they started up, there was the initial conversation, because again, we want to be able to lean into these conversations with those things up front.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then that brings us, I think, to the final scenario, and we've got a few more minutes to take some questions on it. And that one's called is that the resurgence scenario?
Christine, can I just add one more thing about physical distancing? I just want to emphasize that I know that we said we don't have all the details yet, but especially with this model, if it's you know, just 2 days a week that the kids are going in, that we really are thinking about childcare and either know that it's on the table or off the table, and you know, would that be at other buildings? Would, you know, Ringdahl become an entire childcare facility? And then what's useful here is, as that thinking progresses, if there's information that we can then take back and either try to get clarification on, or if the district can try to get clarification on, you know, if a building is shut down, and it's not clear whether buildings will be shut down so much in the future, because the idea is that it's more earth and not sitting on those hard surfaces. But clearly cleaning is going to be an important component, so maybe buildings are shut down. But if students are completely contained in a portable, for example, just does that portable get shut down, or is it the entire you know, campus essentially? So I think that, I know we don't want to get too far into the details, but if we anticipate that some of those are going to become important for our planning, I think pushing our for answers from other jurisdictions and entities would be useful, so that we are able to factor those in appropriately.
Yeah, thank you, Francine. Childcare definitely is a key consideration for families as well as staff. So we have a lot of staff with littles at home who would like to continue working and will need childcare. And so that has come up, and that is one of our key considerations about how we're going to configure it and physical location of it. We do currently have childcare running quite successfully, so we feel like we have some experience with the cleaning and the physical distancing requirements of childcare, but then potentially expanding it. So thank you for that.
And the other thing that Francine brought up that I want to get a specific answer to is she suggested that we have an unused school building for next year. I think it'll be the first year that we don't have some of our middle schoolers in Ringdahl, right? So is that already included in the considerations for spacing and everything, or is there another plan for that building, or just want to know where that is in the planning process?
I say, we talked about this earlier, and it's definitely something that's in the possibilities in terms of consideration and potential use, because we will definitely have the space available. So yes.
Perfect. All right. So then let us move into the resurgence scenario, and let's take the final questions from board. Seema, do you want to kick us off?
Would I rather go after others? I think I need to think about this one a little bit more.
Okay, Carolyn?
No, I think, my questions are, very detail oriented. I don't think there are anything that people are prepared to answer right now. Like, how's it really going to look like, and how the election work, and all of that. No.
Why don't you just say a little bit more about the questions you have and assume that you might not get answers, but this is a great opportunity to make sure they're covered in the process.
Detailed level, and I guess one thing I really was wondering, with these different scenarios we've laid out, will we have a flow chart with criteria? If this happens, then we'll do that, and if that happens, we'll do this. Will we have something like that to guide us as to which things to implement?
Yeah, and thank you for that, Caroline. That's a really good suggestion, and I quite frankly think we probably will need that. And I would say that's sort of at that next level of planning as we start to merge these ideas into a more palatable plan.
Right. So, like, if we're with, from the governor, we do ask, but if they don't want to rely on the governor, so if we have X number of cases in our community, we do Y,
Right.
Well, and I think some of that's going to also be dependent on the guidance we receive from both OSPI, but probably more importantly from Department of Health, because that's, again, who we're going to be looking to for the guidance and direction. We anticipate some of that coming out again in June, and then more information afterwards. And then, of course, in this resurgent time, we'll know a lot more, and hopefully we'll be all a lot smarter around what we do need to do, in terms of potential closure, partial closure. Could be a part of a building, it could be a school, not the entire district.
Right. So we could map that.
All right. So that is some helpful info, actually. And I'll throw in my question now because I think it's a little bit related. That is, first I want to restate something that staff said that wasn't highlighted in this presentation, but is really important. And that is that if there's someone who needs to mute, that would be good, because there's a ton of feedback right now. There is a issue with the state where the OSPI, the state level education guidance, is coming out late. It is coming out in June. It is coming out in waves. It'll be mid-June before it's out. And we can't wait that long to start contingency planning with staff. So I'm really grateful that our district isn't just waiting around and hoping that someone's going to solve our problems, because we found that guidance is usually helpful but incomplete. But we do have to be prepared to pivot. So that's part of the agility. Just one more place that we need to be flexible and agile is dealing with that guidance when it comes in. The question that I wanted to raise is something I've heard out in the community is, if there's a scenario where we're actually in a lull over the summer potentially, if we are in a lull over the summer, would we want to try to bring school to start in August, or is that simply not feasible? Does everybody need a break? What has that been on the table in any way, shape, or form? I don't know if it's the right thing. I just know that it's being talked about, so I'd like to make sure it gets addressed.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely came up in this group, and that was something that you know, was discussed. What I can share is there wasn't, you know, it wasn't an option that folks were kind of chomping at the bit to pursue, if you know what I mean. But I think it's a reality that was certainly there. I think the challenging piece really is if we don't move out of phase one. In terms of the state's reentry plan, I think we really do start to need to look at that. But it was discussed, but again, we didn't have the time to kind of go into any great length with any of these, adjusting the school calendar scenarios at the time, other than the conceptual. It's going to be a need to either prevent learning loss or mitigate learning loss.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I spoke to someone last Friday who was on a state health group that meets on a daily basis, and they are basically saying that in terms of the guidance that they actually anticipate that we won't be lifted. We'll probably likely still be in phase two if we get to there at this point in August. So we'll still be under tighter wraps here, specifically in the urban aspect of King County. Some of the rural parts of King County could be different, but because we were very close to the epicenter, that from what I heard, that we'd likely still be in phase two at that point.
Okay, great, thanks. It's good to have that information, and I do also want to share with everyone that King County had a new webpage that they put out just a day ago that's tracking the key indicators for getting to phase two and where we're at on them, and we're actually in pretty good shape. We've got like 3 indicators that aren't quite there yet, but if anyone's curious or wants that resource, it is on the King County Health page, and it's called Key Indicators if you go to their data dashboard. And there's a link there if you want it. So thank you for that question. And let's see, we've asked Carolyn. Let's go and see if Erica has any questions.
Yeah, a couple of things. One of the primary things is right here on your screen, and that is communication around things like this. Like, I mean, anything that you even think you're planning to do, really communicating with the community is going to be the key thing. And the other is like with the options about shifting the calendar, using breaks, etc. I know that you're working closely with the BEA, but obviously the calendar is kind of set with the union. And so I'm wondering, like, how flexible is that really?
Let me tackle that one. We've actually had conversation starting with BEA around the possibility that we may be redoing the calendar. So I think once we have more direction from these work team scenarios, there's a very real possibility that we could relook at that.
Yeah, and I would just add to that in every one of these scenarios, we are going to need to work with our associations, and particularly the BEA is probably the big one given the scenarios. But there's implications for all of our bargaining groups that we'll need to engage in conversation. And back to kind of just want to go back to that starting early question that Christine asked. One of the key considerations for the group that I work with is kind of not only the impact on staff, but the impact on families. Every time you talk about altering the calendar, there's that impact on families, childcare challenges or employment challenges, whatever the case may be. So yeah.
Thank you for that. Erica, do you want anything more on that, or is that enough?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And then Francine, did we hear from Francine? No, she started us off. I'm sorry. I have this list and I keep forgetting. When we're not in person, it's so much harder to place who's been in the conversation. Is there anyone who has a question on 4? Seema.
I think
great.
Seema didn't speak, and then I haven't talked about this particular one.
All right, so let's hear from Seema, and then let's jump over to Francine.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is I know early on
when I raised the point about whatever we do, let's make sure that we kind of communicate well, that there's going to be a lot of pivots and all the rest. And Michael kindly sent over a link to the website. And the only thing I guess I would say, and I assume this is already part of the master plan, is plan to communicate in multiple ways, multiple levels of length, depth. You know, the way we communicated in a snowstorm juxtaposed with the way we communicate on something by email. One thing I've gotten is how much misinformation is created because A, not everybody goes to our website. B, some of the emails we send are very long. And for those with limited attention spans, which are probably becoming more limited just because of information overload, we should be accounting for, you know, all the different ways that people absorb information. So I would just ensure that as you are planning, inject that kind of level of like multiple tiers of communicating. From the most comprehensive, where you can tack on a link that explains everything for the person who has the appetite to read it, to the more, you know, very brief and pointed. And just one example, I think Shamari knows about this, is one of the challenges we're seeing in the immigrant community is how much, you know, there's an official channel of information that we're sending out about how needs will be met for food. And then there's a secondary level of information that is absolutely the opposite, that conflates misinformation about public charge and how if you accept this, you'll get deported. And how do you combat misinformation except with more, but more clear, succinct, and digestible? So we're now exploring videos and, you know, little videos that just attach to a specific question. So I would just ask you to maybe put that into your broader planning.
Thank you. That's great feedback. Thank you.
And then to tack on to Seema's ideas, so much in there. There are two pieces that I would just note. One is that whatever information is emailed or texted or called home, first, it needs to have a permanent place to live and to be found. And that when it needs to be found, that's not like check the box. I threw that email and posted the email up on the web so somebody can sort through emails and see if they notice it. But that it can be found in a way, in a route, in the categorization and the browsing and the searching that people would find it, who need to see it. Second note I have is that a lot of information that goes to parents does not go to students. And while students don't read tons of emails and they may dismiss them, not sending communications like principal letters home to parents, when kids don't get those, there's like there are things that fall through the cracks. So like thinking about students when you think about communication, not just the families and parents. And then, yeah, there's another tiny thing, but that's fine. So Francine, you said you had something you wanted to jump in with.
Yeah, so I think overall what strikes me is that looking at all of these plans, and it's been said generally, is that there's no plan to go back to what we had in February, what we had before, right? So it looks like all of the plans are predicated on that there will be fewer in-person instructional hours, fewer to none. And so it is a complete shift in education. It is a chance for us to rethink, you know, what is the purpose of school and how do we educate students? And so, and not that it's just a more or less thing, but how do we do it better? And so with this particular one, it's saying, okay, we're going to need to pivot quickly, right? That whole idea of agility and using basically what's in scenario one, how do we do this great remote learning 2.0 and have it implemented with potentially some background of having had access to many students and being able to provide them the materials after hopefully a robust summer of, you know, professional development. It's very exciting to hear Jeff talk about how, you know, rethinking what it means to be a teacher, and hopefully we're putting the supports in place so that teachers are able to make that transition, because it is a lot to ask and yet completely necessary. So what I haven't heard, and I know it's part of the details and yet it's so fundamental, is how are we going to be filling in the gaps? So there is this idea that perhaps there have been gaps this summer, this spring for many students, and how are we going to address those, as well as keeping other students moving ahead, and then having everyone up to standards at the end of the year, all in fewer hours. So hopefully the state will be providing another opportunity for another waiver, because there just isn't a way in any of these scenarios to accomplish the number of hours that we've traditionally had. And yet we still want to have this high quality education that Bellevue is known for. We're not going to just strip away things and say, here's only these few things that you're going to learn. We want to have still a rich and robust experience. So I just wanted to kind of make sure that I understood that correctly, that in all of these scenarios, we really are looking at fewer hours, and yet we're still wanting to provide that high quality education, which means that, at least from my perspective, the importance of blended learning is paramount. And again, that mastery-based or standards-based structure needs to be in place for students.
Yeah, and that's a super complex question, yet, it really is the reality that we're facing. And, Sharon and Teaching and Learning and Heather and Teaching and Learning have been working, really hard to take a look at, like, what are the essential standards that we're going to have to cover next year? What got missed this past spring that we'll need to cover, in the fall? And those are challenging questions. And if we do, if we are forced with another resurgence and a closure, how do we mitigate that learning loss? And so I think that kind of kicks into those ideas, how we maximize the time that we have. And I would just say that this 40% instructional face time, contact time that we're going on now is probably not going to be sufficient. But whatever that amount of time is, we have to rethink and relook at what we deliver, how we deliver it, and quite frankly, who it's delivered by.
All right, so I think that brings us, I have my final comment or whatever on this section. Is there anyone else who has a final comment or anything that we want to close all the feedback on the different scenarios? Okay, so I'm gonna just make a couple quick final comments. I don't think I called out that Michael May, our communications director, has posted a link that shows that today we already have a planning page up. So planning for next fall is already a page that's up. And one thing I would encourage the district to think about as you're managing that page is, don't think about updating it when the plans are finished. Think about updating it along the way with ETAs and conditions and dependencies so that people understand them. I think one of the mistakes that was made with the senior stuff is we got up the senior page right away. We put the meetings link to it. And then for ages, it was just the meetings links, and the graduation process was happening. And there was an enormous amount of work by so many people, but it wasn't exposed to the community, and they were anxious and wondered, where's the plan? What's going on? Are they just dropping this? And no, it's being worked on. But I think that the information wasn't updated frequently enough. So if we can, with the planning page, update that frequently, it would be awesome. Just keep everyone in the loop as to what we're waiting for, or what the timeline is, what the plan is. Second thing I want to end with is just where I started. The first question that I asked Eva, just finding ways to make sure that there's a clear way of thinking about these scenarios across the scenarios. And I loved that Francine brought up the in-betweens and the base scenario. So school under phase 4. So is phase 4 of reopening, when we can have everyone back together again, is that represented? So I would love to see some kind of representation, potentially pictorial, that has all of the scenarios and that shows what would cause us to move from one to another in either direction, and what changes or what the key properties or key changes in place for each scenario would be. And I'd want to see the base scenario in that, because I think that will help our community understand this is a really, really complex set of contingencies, dependencies, what if, and potentially jumping back and forth and from one to another. We got to get that organized. And I think if we have it organized, we are far more likely to pay attention to designing things that move and transition more seamlessly. If we try to make the map at the end and not in the beginning, the transitions will be rockier. So that's what I'd like to see. But in conclusion, just an enormous amount of gratitude, not just for the work that was done, but for the thoughtfulness that it was approached with, including healthcare professionals from our district in the planning, including the operations departments, getting feedback from them through Melissa, that sort of piece, that the stakeholders, getting the teachers in from the ground up. That's awesome. The thoughtful research that was done, trying to get everything that's out there, the latest and greatest and the most sound and research-based stuff that is, so appreciated. And taking the initiative to do this before the state has everything fixed and still reaching out to other districts. Like the number of thoughtful components are just too numerous to get through. So thank you to everyone on staff who participated in this and who made it happen. Thank you to the board for the thoughtful comments and the opportunity for all of us to give that feedback. So I think that is it on this piece. And I'm thinking if we could spend 5 minutes just going back to the commitment. I injected 4 new commitments and I just want to share them and get quick feedback about, are we going in the right direction? If this is the right direction, great. If you have comments, great. And then maybe we could vote on this at the next board meeting and not now unless we think it's completely finished. So first thing is up under health. I committed to creating a variety of healing spaces within our learning and working environment to support students and staff as they're transitioning from the stresses that we've had now to where we'll be in the fall, wherever that is, online, in the buildings, etc. If you scroll down a little bit more to the education space, I added at the top that we will need to strive to be, we will all, I put all to sort of include the community in that. I kept trying to put more words and it was just too many words. So we all need to strive to be flexible and agile in designing, implementing learning scenarios, evolving the scenarios, and moving among them. And then if we scroll down a little bit more, I added the grading and assessment piece. That was the commitment that I saw in the presentation of scenarios that wasn't in here, and it seems like it's a big one for our community. So we will start the school year with a robust, rigorous, fair. I didn't write that, I just stole it. And then scrolling down one more, the essential needs, I also from the presentation materials and comments that were made, that to the extent possible, we will proactively evaluate and address technology needs prior to the start of the school year and prior to any switches in learning context. So those are the things that I added that I felt like Patty said, pay attention. Those are the things that I noticed came up in that work. Is there anything that board or staff would like to see further added, or if you want to give comments on, I didn't quite get the intent, the correct intent of the other 2 changes, like if I missed something.
Christine, I think I just might want to, I just want to add a comment. I do think that starting with the commitments and then going through the current state of the rapid design and then coming back to it is a nice bookend. And I do feel like the commitments align nicely with where we are in our work. And it's true that we don't have everything all hashed out yet. I mean, there's for sure we have a lot of fine tuning to do once we have a little bit more information and we have feedback together. But I feel really good about the alignment between the commitments and where we are with our work. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. That is actually really helpful feedback to get. Is there anyone else who has feedback that we would maybe make another change if there's something missing? And board members, is this something that you would prefer to wait on and absorb and then come back and vote on at the next meeting? Or would you like to have me make a motion to approve this tonight?
It would probably help me to know what is the value of having it done tonight versus having a little more time. Meaning, if we were to approve it right now, without the benefit of maybe a little more nuance? Does that help us move things along faster? Or does it make no difference and it would just be more efficient?
I think that it's the efficiency in terms of next meeting being packed, but we can trade off a few minutes of the next meeting in order to have the value of elapsed time and absorption. That's why I just wanted to kind of leave it out there if there was a preference. So it sounds like you would appreciate the absorption time. So I would like to provide that because I think based on Heather's comments just now, we're pretty aligned. So passing these tonight isn't going to go radically change the direction of the work that's being done. It might add a couple of elements to it, but we don't need to pass it to give the feedback. It's been given. So we could just pass it next time with some maybe some nuanced improvements. All right. So any Carolyn, Erica, Seema, do you have any feedback on this before we close out?
No, except it was great work. And I think anything that will be improved will be minor. Really good.
Thank you. All right. No one else? Okay. And then I think that moves us to just going into exec session. I'm trying to bring up my other window here, sorry, and make sure I don't miss this. Word docs. Yeah, that takes us to executive session. So we're going to be out at executive session for at least 20 minutes, and then we'll check back in, and it's for the purpose of, let me just find it here, for the purpose to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other considerations of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public. And when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. So what's going to happen is all of us are going to leave this meeting, and then just the 5 of us, we'll let Ivan know if we need him, but I think for tonight's meeting, it's just a planning and gathering information meeting. So hopefully we can just do it quickly and bring Ivan in at the end. So yeah, so we'll just start and leave, and we'll go over to the exec session and be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The time is now 7:57 p.m. The board requires an additional 15 minutes in executive session. After that 15 minutes, they will return to update on whether more time is needed. The time is now 8:14 p.m. The board is in executive session and requires an additional 10 to 15 minutes and expects to finish no later than 8:30 p.m. The time is 8:40 p.m. The board has finished their executive session and they need no further time on the agenda. Therefore, the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for attending.